everyone, welcome back to CSharpCorner live show and to this React virtual conference. I'm your host Stephen Simon as always, and this live show is dedicated to everyone who is joining us for the front end technologies. If you're joining us for the very first time, we do these live shows in virtual conferences very often, and talking about the particularly which kind of live shows that we do. So on every Monday we do have an Azure AI show where we talk about the different possibilities on running your AI and machine learning models on Azure. On Wednesday, we have CSharpCorner MVP show that runs every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. IST and 10 a.m. Eastern Time Zone. And one of our very famous live shows that we run on every Thursday is CSharpCorner Ask Me Anything live series that runs again exactly at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where we invite guests from technical background, have some slides, demos, presentation, and also ask some of your very questions that you guys would ask to the guests. And with that, we have a very new series that lined up, and that is the weekly career guidance and advice that is actually taken by Mahesh, who is the founder of C Sharp Corner, where he comes every week and talks about on how you can go ahead and improve in your career and how you can actually progress. So that's a very exciting live show that we have. So throughout this 6 hours of live virtual conference, we're going to talk about the React, and we have guys joining us who are VPs. And one of the very exciting session that is the very first session by Amber, who's going to keynote it and talk about the applying Agile outside of development, right? So before even go ahead and we go get started with the conference, let me pull up my screen and take you quickly through the agenda of the show today. So at 10 or 10, we're going to start with the keynote by Amber, followed by we will have Joe Karlsson, who works as a cloud developer advocate at MongoDB, and is going to give a general introduction to building serverless apps. Then we will have another 45-minute session starting at 11:30 a.m. by Vipul Jain, who is a C Sharp Corner MVP, and he's going to talk about hooks in React. Very important, manipulating data in the front end, and I think this is going to be a really, really interesting session. Next, we have a Microsoft MVP joining us from Norway, Devlin, who is going to do a peekaboo of routers in React for version 6. Then we have Nano joining us from Argentina, who's going to talk about designing first APIs with OpenAPI specs. Then we have a very new speaker joining us to our platform, that is Colby, who is going to talk about building apps with impact on React and the JAMstack stack. And then towards the end, we have our very own Abhijeet Jadhav, who's going to talk about on how you can have a Microsoft 365 faster development in the React. So, and it's going to be a really exciting next 6 hours. So if you are joining us, let us know in the comment section below to what location you are joining us from today, so that we can actually see, right, the global audience. And I think it's let me go ahead and take this time to invite our founder of C Sharp Corner, Mahesh, who will be joining us for like 5 minutes, and let me have him in the live broadcast. Hi, Mahesh. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Simon, and good evening there in India. Good morning here in the United States, and good afternoon in the other middle part of the this world. Thank you so much for having me here in this React virtual conference.
Yes, so Mahesh, I mean, we have been doing these virtual conferences and live shows a lot, right? So, how do you think? I mean, let me go ahead and quickly ask you. One of the, as we have many new speakers joining us, right? From we had an Angular conference in the past. Now we're having a React conference. Sometimes people get too confused that hey, it's a C Sharp Corner platform, yet we do it right. So, what is it? If you can just go ahead and quickly talk about the C Sharp Corner platform, but yet being very diverse with it.
So, again, welcome everybody to React virtual conference. Before I talk about C Sharp Corner, let me start with saying that we are going through very unprecedented times where almost million plus people are probably going to die because of COVID, and even in the US we are close to 200,000 people deaths. That's a stunning number out there. So And then in California, there's wildfire going on. And yesterday I was watching news. There's 1.31 acres have already burned. That's it. That's insane number. And then we have this, unrest in the U.S. with these, social injustice movement and other things going on. So many things happening in this year 2020, and hopefully all of you are safe there, your families are safe, and just stay safe and follow local guidelines what governments and local authorities are recommending. Just try to be, not just think about yourself. I know a lot of young guys, they think we are safe, we don't get COVID-19. That's great, that's amazing, but also keep in mind, make sure that you're not impacting others life, because that's what makes us human. Is there's difference between human and animal and other species, is that humans only have this brain and mind where we can think more than just ourselves. So keep that in mind. Make sure you're also helping others who are in need. And back to now C Sharp Corner. So C Sharp Corner community, I started this website as a knowledge sharing platform in 2000. And in the beginning, I was writing C Sharp only. So it was only C Sharp language. But over time, as more and more people join this community, and fast forward now, we have 3 million members, and every month we have, between 5 to 6 million people visit the website. They come from every discipline, every background. Developers who were, like me, they were developers, software developers, and 20 years ago, now they're running their own companies. Some people are, leading their team. Some people are doing their own startups and doing different things. So they all come and share their knowledge. So it's just not about coding, it's not just about building, front ends. It's pretty much everything. You will see articles and videos and shows on career advice, growth mindset, and certain, other things. So anybody who's watching this show, and this conference, attending this conference, if you would like to become a part of this community, you are most welcome to join. You can contribute in any way you think, you will help other people who are in need.
Yeah,
um,
definitely. As it, yep.
Yeah, and today, as you said, we have several programs in the community. We have something called C Sharp Corner MVP program that's very
Yep.
popular. So we kind of recognize these individuals who are helping community. Again, this is not a business, right? There's no money being paid to these guys who are helping others. So we do have this recognition program where we recognize that you are an MVP. So we give them, not only just, recognition and certificates and all that, but we also promote them on our millions of followers on social media as the authority in their spaces. Then we are obviously doing these live shows and conferences, as you mentioned. So every month, if you check out our website, there's a big conference every month we do, and I believe next conference is next month in October, is in .NET conference. So if you are a .NET developers, anything in Microsoft space, that will be focused on Microsoft. Similar to this one, it's just focused on React. So with that, I mean, I would just say we are running out of time. Everybody,
Yeah.
again, welcome to the React Virtual Conference brought to you by C Sharp Corner. And let us just invite our keynote speaker, Amber Vanderburg. She is coming from Oklahoma, California.
Hi, Amber. Welcome to the virtual conference.
Hello, hello, good morning. I'm glad to be here. Awesome.
Hey, Amber, your sound, can you be a little bit closer? I think the sound is a little bit sketchy.
Hi, can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah, I think you are in Oklahoma State, not in What city you are is speaking from?
I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Tulsa. Okay, there you go, Tulsa. Sorry, yeah, I messed up that. We do that often. My geography is not that great. So
Okay.
welcome to the React conference. Um, and I'm, here on this conference, we like to invite, the people from, different expertise, different backgrounds. And obviously, we do believe in diversity. We do believe support communities of different. So we would like to welcome to this conference. And it's all you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So first, I'm going to get started. I'm going to play a little bit of music here because I need to get in my agile, get in my agility. All right, today we are going to learn about Agile. We're going to go left, we're going to go right, we're going to go back, we're going to go forwards, and we are going to score big goals. But that's probably not the type of Agile that you're thinking of. See, my name is Amber Vanderburg, and as stated before, I am the founder of the Pathways Group, and we help teams become more agile, whether that be in sports or actually embracing agile methodologies within their teams. Now, where did the conversation of agile actually begin? When do we start being agile within our companies and within our organizations? We actually begin by being very agile in our nascent beginnings. In fact, there is a psychologist named Bruce Tuckman, and he writes that all teams go through cycles and they go through stages of a team. See, first, whenever we go into a team, we begin in our forming stage. We all come together and we form. And then we take a dip in our performance and we begin storming and asking ourselves the questions: how are we going to operate? What are our approaches? What are our methods? What are our mindsets? What are our processes? And as we go through these conversations and ask these questions in the storming phase, then we establish certain norms and how we are going to operate. And this forming, storming, norming stage allows us to catapult into high performance within our team. And so whenever we are beginning our projects, whenever we are beginning a company or an industry, this is the process that we go in through. But that is, so I'm going to hang this up. But there is one last portion of Tuckman's model. See, there aren't just 4 stages, there are indeed 5. See, we cannot always stay at this high performing level. Eventually, we need to adjourn and ask ourselves the questions: what is going well? We do some value engineering. And what can we do a little bit better? And so we take a dip right here and we go through that adjourning stage. And in those adjourning stages, whenever we're asking ourselves those questions, we actually cut through the norms and enter in back through that forming and storming stage so that we can catapult even to a higher level of performance. And so as we go through this forming, storming, norming stage, we can actually continuously grow and we continuously get higher every single time that we go through this cycle. So in 2001, it's almost as if the entire industry went through a very big retrospective. And we all gathered together and we asked ourselves the question: what is going well and what are some things that we can do just a little bit differently? In 2001, developers gathered in Utah and they established the Agile Manifesto. Now, the Agile Manifesto really is 4 basic concepts. See, the Agile Manifesto states that we want to put people over our processes. It states that we want to put working software over documentation. It also states that we want to have customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And we also want to respond to change over following a strict plan. Yes. And this is the simple Agile manifesto. Now, we've just begun our conversation. I'm only a few minutes in, and I am about to commit a bit of Agile heresy. Now, hear me out. I propose, what if we considered the possibility of altering our manifesto just slightly, and rather than having people over processes, we actually had people that were owning our processes. We had people own processes. What if instead of working software over documentation, we had working owned documentation? And what if instead of customer collaboration over negotiation, we had customer collaboratively owned negotiation? And then lastly, we're not responding to change over following a plan. We're responding to change of a plan that we own. And this changes the conversation ever so slightly. And here we're essentially reassessing who is in the driver's seat. I don't know about you, but I've spent a lot of time in this quarantine season walking around my neighborhood 5 million times. And one thing that I've noticed is some of my neighbors are walking their dog, and sometimes the dog seems to be walking them. It's really a sense of who is really in control, who is owning the steps and the processes moving forward. And this is a slight paradigm shift that we can make within our approach to Agile. Again, it's asking who is in that driver's seat. Now, in this COVID time, I have not only taken many, many walks around my neighborhood, but I've also spent some time with my family and with my little sister. We actually spent some time working on this Play-Doh creation. So we actually spent a lot of time discussing how we were going to make this, how we were going to get the edges just right, how we were going to get the right colors. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of work. We tried really hard to make this Play-Doh structure. But the reality is that if I simply hold on to this structure, I'm very proud of it, but if I only hold on to it, then eventually it's going to get a little hard. It's going to get harder to adapt to change. It's going to become outdated. It's going to become irrelevant. It's going to become a little crusty. And sometimes whenever we come into new organizations, we hear the stories. We hear the work that has been put into creating the perfect process that was perfect 30 years ago. But if we do not continuously change, then we too will become outdated. Will become harder to change, become a little crusty. See, our job in organizations is not to hold on to what has been created. In fact, our job is to mold and to continuously create something new. You might think, well, that sounds all good and fine, Amber, but how do I actually enact change? How do I help my organization embrace Agile? How do we apply this outside of development? How do I enact this change? Well, see, a few years ago, I had the opportunity to become the only American, the only female, the only Christian, and the only blonde academy football coach or soccer coach for the Adidas Game Day Academies and Paris Saint-Germain, PSG Academies in Bangalore, India, to coach widely the first generation of athletes on both an elite and a grassroots level. I coached about a dozen teams, mostly boys with a few girls. And as I joined the team, I noticed that our academy was operating under a very strict command-obey dynamic. Oftentimes, our players would come to sessions and they would stand in a line, kick a ball, wait for instruction. And they would come to our sessions and they would stand in a line, kick a ball, wait for direction. And while this may have been the most efficient way to teach a task, in a game scenario, it was a disaster. Oftentimes our players within the course of a match would kick the ball perfectly, exactly the way that we had taught them. And then, before the play was over, they would turn to the sideline to the coach for further direction and feedback. See, they had mastered the task, but they didn't quite understand how it applied to the overall game scenario. Well, it might be easy to think of this as a foreign academy in sports with kids. How often do we go to work, receive a task, and wait for instruction? We had to alter the way that we were developing our players so that they could perform at a higher level to achieve our desired outcomes. This is a different type of development. And the first thing that we had to do was not a dramatic shift. It wasn't anything, it wasn't a complete overhaul. We actually made a slight shift. And so rather than commanding how to kick the ball, we actually clearly communicated the what and the why, and then provided opportunities for ownership within the how. In application, it looked a little something like this. Rather than stand in a line, kick a ball, wait for instruction, we provided challenges. So from here, kick the ball to knock down those 3 cones. Because in order to do that, you're going to have to kick with power and precision. And in a game scenario, whenever you pass, whenever you kick, whenever you shoot, you're also going to have to kick with power and precision. From this, I saw some of the most heated debates I'd ever seen amongst 7-year-olds trying to decide if the best way to kick the ball was with the infoot or with the laces. In reality, both ways were right. And so from this challenge, we were able to expand our toolbox of resources from 1 way of kicking the ball to 2. And we had more tools in our toolbox to perform at a higher level and to reach our goals. Now, there were some aspects of the game and some aspects of football that we could not change, but I found that there were at least 4 opportunities for ownership that we could provide for our players. And these 4 opportunities for ownership oftentimes make up the uniquely better aspects of a team. In fact, these 4 opportunities for ownership oftentimes make up the competitive advantage of an organization. And these opportunities for ownership lie within our processes, our methods, our projects, and our roles. See, we had opportunities for ownership within our processes. Which cone were we kicking down first? The first cone, the third cone? Were we going for a strike? What was our process? What is your process of communication? What is your process in your retrospectives, in your stand-ups? What is a way that you can provide unique value and be uniquely better in your processes? That's an opportunity for ownership. We looked at our methods. How were we kicking the ball? With the infoot or with the laces? What are the methods of development, your methods of design, the methods of ideation that you can be uniquely better within your team and within your organization? We looked at our projects. This could be something as large as a match, but it also could be within our development, within our training, our warm-up drills, our stretches, picking up the water bottles. This was different projects that we undertook, these undertakings that we had within our team that made us uniquely better. And then we also had opportunities for ownership within our roles. Now, roles doesn't always have to be positioned. Sometimes I have people come and they say, Amber, how can I implement Agile? We don't have a Scrum Master. Well, see, the role of a leader, the role of somebody leading the charge doesn't always have to be the position. You might not have the position of a leader in a leadership role to embody the role of the leader. You can have a role as a devil's advocate, a role as the jokester, the role as the gatekeeper. What is the role that you are playing within your team to provide unique value. Take it a step further. What unique role is your team playing in your department to add unique value? What role is your department adding in your organization to add unique value? And what role is your organization adding in your industry to provide unique value? And how does that come back to you and your specific opportunities for ownership? Now, we recognized that we had individual opportunities for ownership within our processes, our methods, our projects, and our roles. But we also recognized that a single person, a single player, could not win a match all on their own. And in the same regard, if we want to embrace Agile within our teams and within our organizations, you cannot do it all on your own. In fact, if you can achieve your dreams all on your own, then you're probably not dreaming big enough. If you want to do something bigger than yourself, then you're going to have to include more than yourself. And so in this, I'm actually going to give you the unique opportunity to actually go into the comments, and we have the opportunity to meet other people and include more than ourselves in this conversation. So if you want to go in the comments, I encourage you, you can drop your Twitter handle or your LinkedIn account, and we can begin making those conversations and making those connections today. And so you can begin, including that within your within the comments. And in reality, this is something that happens very often within in-person conferences. See, we go in and we meet a lot of people and we hand out our cards, and sometimes it can be tempting to say, hi, my name's Amber, here's my card. Hi, my name's Amber. Hi, my name's Amber. Hi, my name's Amber. Hi, my name's Amber. Oh my goodness, and I become a little bit out of breath. And at the end of the day, I've met a lot of people. I have a lot of cards. I might even have a lot of connections. I might even know a lot of names. But I have names. I might not have the actual stories behind that. So I encourage you, we're actually going to take this one step further. Now I encourage you to, and now I'm going to ask you to do this twice, to go into the comments. This time you can put in your Twitter handle, put in your LinkedIn account. We can begin building those connections now. And I encourage you to give a short sentence of who you are, what you're working on, what projects you're working on. For me, it would be Amber Vanderburg, founder of the Pathways Group, international speaker. That would be something short and sweet about myself. Amber Vanderburg, I am working on developing X. And if you're like me, I'm kind of looking at the chats here. Sometimes I can scroll through these chats, and sometimes if I'm meeting people in person, then you're going through this filter of asking, well, what can they do for me? So, oh, that's Susan in HR. We don't really have a lot in common. I don't really know what we would make from this connection. I don't know what she can do for me. And maybe you're a better person than I am, but this is the question that I know is tempting to ask quite often, of looking at people in from a point of view of what value they can give to us. And so I encourage you, as we're building these connections, to actually take it one step further. Because that's not genuine relationship building. It's looking at a relationship through the lens of an ulterior motive. And so I encourage you to follow up those conversations. If you send me a LinkedIn request, you'll probably get this follow-up conversation asking, hey, let's have a 15-minute coffee chat to actually get to know one another and have a meaningful conversation and actually genuinely, truly build relationships. See, if we want to enact change, if we want to bring the people over processes, we must first actually build relationships with those in our teams. And then after we've done that, it's important that we clearly communicate what we're doing and why we're doing it in a clear manner. One of my favorite authors, Dr. Mark Rutland, he writes that all communication boils down to 4 pillars. And that's the right message, the right way, to the right audience, and the right time. I'll say that again. Great communication boils down to the right message, the right way, to the right audience, and the right time. And in my leadership positions, whenever I have succeeded in great communication, generally I have completed all four, been successful in all four pillars. And if I have missed communication, it's generally one of those areas that I have missed the mark. So what does all of this have to do with Agile? How have I actually used this in implementing Agile within my team? See, a couple of years ago, I was working with an HR department, and they had grown from a team of 5 to a team of 23 within a year. So that department had more than quadrupled in size in a year. And the processes and the methods and the approaches that they were using as a team of 5 were crippling the department in a team of 23. There was massive miscommunication that sought to be corrected through mass documentation. There was multiple people that were looking at multiple different applicants. And so the applicant cycle time from the time that a person applied to the time that someone was hired for an entry-level position was 3 to 5 months. There was mass frustration. There was a lot of double work being done. And so we began the conversation by looking at what we could own. What do we want to do? Why is it important? What are our opportunities for ownership? And so we started looking at our processes first. And we actually implemented a Kanban board to look at, okay, who has been interviewed, who has been offered, who is in negotiations. And we started building this a very simple process within our application. We actually split our teams up into micro teams. So rather than having 8 to 9 people working on a single service line, we had smaller teams that could operate more efficiently, be more agile, and have more cross-functionality. We also implemented stand-ups so that we could have clear communication, and it also helped us take control over our documentation. We were able to work over spending 6 hours weekly per person in documentation, 6 to 8 hours. And so from this, we were actually able to implement this and really improve our cycle time from 3 to 5 months to 3 to 5 weeks. And we are still continuously working to improve that even more. But these simple ways of embracing Agile, these simple Agile methodologies within our team allowed us to operate more efficiently and more effectively. But you don't just have to be in for-profit or in business to implement Agile outside of development. In fact, I was working with a nonprofit organization, an international organization that had a huge heart for helping people and really making a difference. But the problem was, it wasn't exactly scope creep. I prefer to call it scope invasion. See, they had 5 projects that in the course of 6 months had expanded to 73 different projects and initiatives. And so the focus was looking a little something like this, with every single project being done very sparingly. There wasn't allowed to have full focus on any of the projects, so none of them were getting done, and there was a lot of frustration. And so we actually took all of the projects and we put them into a backlog, and then we designed sprints so that we could have our full focus and actually complete each project. And then at the end of each project, we had a retrospective, and we asked ourselves the questions of what went well, what can we do a little bit better? And so not only were we completing our projects and we were gaining that momentum, but we also were improving so that we could be better for the next project, and we could be more efficient and more effective with the next project that we were taking on. And this allowed us to help more people to actually have the energy and the focus that we needed to truly make an impact in our society with the nonprofit. So whether or not you are in for-profit or a nonprofit, you can implement Agile. But the possibilities do not stop there. In fact, last year, in a time that we could travel, I actually had the opportunity to travel with a group of my friends to Thailand for a month. Now, all of my friends, we all lived in different parts of the United States, East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, South. We lived all over. We had various different professions. We came from different backgrounds. And this was a fun opportunity for us to actually go to a different culture and experience something grand. Now, you can imagine with all of those differences, there was a lot of planning. There was a lot of planning. And we wanted to make sure that we had ownership of our plan. We actually had to make sure that we had ownership of our plan and that we could be adaptable to change, especially whenever we missed the bus and the train. But we did not miss a flight. And so what we actually did at the beginning of every day of our trip is we began the day with a daily stand-up, and we began asking ourselves the questions. What do we want to do? Why is it important? What are our opportunities for ownership? And we began being able to make a plan that way. We also had a retrospective at the end of every day. And so rather than doing this at the end of the trip, we actually did it at the end of every day so that we could have a faster feedback loop so that we could make the adjustments that we needed. So by the time that we were in our final week on our holiday, it was very different than the first week because we had been able to openly discuss and make the adjustments that we needed so that we could be more effective, so that we could be more efficient, and that we could really enjoy our time. Now, I've given you a lot of information. We've talked about a lot of different concepts and a lot of different applications that you can use to apply Agile concepts, whether that be in business, in nonprofit, or in your daily life. And these are things that you can use to score big goals. And speaking of goals, I'm reminded of one last story. See, whenever I was in India, I had a young lad named Achintya. And Achintya was 6 years old, and he was so excited for his first day of football. And so he came running out onto the field, and he began yelling, "Pass, pass, pass!" And I noticed that Achintya was yelling pass, even whenever the other team had the ball. And he was yelling pass whenever he was miles away from the action. And he was yelling pass even whenever he had the ball. And so he was running with the ball, yelling, "Pass, pass, pass!" And so I looked up at Achintya and I said, "Achintya, why are you yelling pass?" And he looked up at me and he said, "Miss Ember, I do not know what it means. I only know it is a football word." And sometimes it can be easy to sound like my friend Achintya. Sometimes I hear leaders sound a little bit like my friend Achintya, yelling, "Stand-ups, retrospectives, backlogs, agile, we got this!" Because we know that these are really good words that can lead to big goals. But if we are in the wrong position, if we're miles away from the action, or even if we have the ball and we don't know in which direction we're going, then saying these words are not only ineffective, but they're actually detrimental to our overall communication within the team. Eventually, the team is going to tune you out. But if we first take the time to build genuine and true relationships with those in our team, if we take the time to ask the questions of what and why now, why this method, asking and clarifying what we want, why it's important, and then provide opportunities for ownership within the how, within our processes and our methods and our projects and our roles. And we clearly communicate the right message in the right way to the right audience at the right time, then we will be in a position to yell pass, to receive the ball, to move forward and to score really big goals. Thank you so much for having me today. Again, my name is Amber Vanderburg. If you have any questions at all, here is my Twitter handle. I'm also available on all the social medias. I'd love for you to reach out. So thank you so much for having me today.
All right. So, Amber, what an amazing session it was. I mean, you shared a bunch of stories, right, from the football. And personally, what I really love that you talk about that if you want to achieve something great, you cannot do it alone, right? You need to have a team. You need to make sure that you trust your team members. So that was a really amazing session. I think a perfect one to go ahead and get started with this virtual conference. Amber, a very unique way to put up the keynote. I think I've never seen this in the past. Let me quickly ask you how long it took you to prepare all those notes and all that.
I maybe like an hour and a half to just write everything. But you have a vision in your head of how you want it. So yeah, maybe like an hour and a half. I'm like the arts and crafts. So yeah, put on a nice movie, and then write everything out.
Well, that's been very creative, Amber. I mean, so you did share about your Twitter handle, Amber. So one question is, one in the team. So when someone's joined for the very first time, let me go ahead and quickly ask you, right? So when someone is very new to the team, right? How should one actually go ahead and work with? I mean, when we have newcomers joining into the team, they need to go ahead and understand the process. They sometimes face very of the challenges, right? So how should one go ahead and pass that phase?
Yeah. So I think that the first thing to do is to actually begin with that relationship building aspect. So whenever I have a new team member come into my team, I actually begin the conversation by saying, hey, I'm probably going to ask a lot more questions first, because I want to understand where you're coming from, because I might have some assumptions of knowledge that they may not know what a retrospective is. They might not know what the Agile manifesto is. And so I want to first ask some questions to see where their baseline is. I also want to see what value they can bring to the team. They might have some value that I didn't see on a resume, and so really helping to find their place within the team. So one of my favorite quotes from Marcus Buckingham, he writes that, we bring the people on the bus, but the leader really helps to find the right seats. And so by asking those questions whenever somebody comes into a team, I can really identify where those baselines are so that I can know how I can support and how I can coach and help develop that talent. So that's really critical. And then also I can gain some insights into just different value that they can bring to a team, and ways that I can really champion their success that way. So those are the two main things that I do, is really just ask a lot of questions, and I don't do a lot of the talking at first. I really want to actually come at it from a learning perspective.
I think that was amazing answer to the question, Amber. Thank you so much for your time, Amber, and for this keynote. And we would love to have you back once again whenever you're available in a couple of months or whenever you have time. And thank you once again, and have a nice weekend ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I'm looking forward to the rest of the sessions today.
All right, then. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, so that was Amber with the keynote of this conference. And now we have Joe Karlsson joining us today, who is a software engineer turned developer advocate at MongoDB. Joe has been primarily a Node and JavaScript engineer. He has been writing, teaching, and talking about code in his entire career, right? And Joe is a co-creator of open source software, including Beachtail, if I just say that right, a web app that tells you if a movie script passes the Beachtail test or not. And if you are someone who has not followed Joe Karlsson on Twitter, then you are definitely missing some of the very amazing TikToks that he makes. Right? So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Joe Karlsson.
Yeah. It's the best.
Hi, Joe. Welcome to. Oh my goodness! Did you really love that intro
I
video?
loved it. I wish the audience could see. I was clapping, I was cheering behind the scenes. It's the first time I'd ever seen that intro. It's the best. It's the best.
Right,
Steven, thank you so much for having me, man. This is so great.
Yeah, we're gonna send you. If you really love that, we're gonna send you that video in the email.
Please. Please do.
Yeah, you can make a TikTok out of it, and you can.
I
Post
will. I definitely will. And I got to follow up Amber. She did such a great job. It's going to be a lot to live up to. We'll see how I do here.
Yeah, I mean, she did do some dancing move in the beginning. Did you check that out?
Definitely.
And so, just tell me, how are you doing today? Are you back from vacations, and how's life?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Steven and I were just talking backstage. I was just staying in a treehouse last week. I'm back though in Civilization, and it's been great. Yeah, I love it. It's Friday. I'm feeling good. I'm so excited to be here. This is great. I've never spoken at like a C# conference before, so I hope I don't get grilled too much on our fundamentals here.
Oh my goodness. So Joe, quickly, right? We are a global community. If you go to CSharpCorner platform, right, and click on the technologies, there are over 160 technologies, and we have guys from across the ecosystem. So yeah, definitely more of the guys joining from Microsoft background. But
Good.
Yeah, so we have that safe side. All right.
React is definitely more my wheelhouse. That's good. I'm glad this is like a React subset there. So that's great.
Yeah, perfect. So Joe, I'll go ahead and give you the stage now, right? So, right. So I think I'll pull up your screen, maybe.
Yep.
There you go. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Great. Sounds good. Okay, I'm off. I set the timer and everything. Okay, everyone, welcome. Hello, it's me. Let's see here. Can I switch between stuff? But anyway, I'm so glad to be here. But let's jump into it. Can you switch to my slides here? Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor, and I'm humbled to just be chit-chatting with all of you here today. But whatever. Let's get into how's this going to work. I'm keeping an eye on the chat on YouTube. So if anyone has any questions or whatever, please let me know. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to save some time at the end for questions, but for sure, it does not interrupt my flow at all to jump in and just ask me stuff. Okay, great. So my name's Joe. I work for a little company called MongoDB. I hope you've heard of that. I hope, but I'm a developer advocate and software engineer. I primarily work with Node and JavaScript, as Steven mentioned. If you want to get a hold of me, for sure, hit me up on Twitter. It's the best way to get a hold of me. I make funny videos on TikTok, and actually I'm streaming weekly now, every Friday, on the MongoDB Twitch channel. If you look in the upper right-hand corner of my slide deck, you see that little QR code. You can scan that, but that will take you to a PIP website with all the links on with that I'm going to be discussing here. Code, slides, video, whatever. All that's there. So if you see that QR code, just know that's there. Otherwise, that bit.ly link. Last thing I need to mention here, too, if I say anything controversial or weird or totally out of step here, just know it's my opinion, not the opinion of my employer. Please don't fire me. I really like my job. So, all right, that's it. Let's jump in. So today, what I want to do with all y'all is, first of all, I want to discuss just basics of intro to serverless. I'm assuming no knowledge here. And then I want to give a guided serverless demo. So I built a little React app using serverless tech, and I want to show y'all. And then lastly, this is the one that I like to just show in the future. So like 3 years from now, you can come back and show me this clip about all of the wild future predictions I make. One of my favorite hobbies is watching or reading incorrect future predictions from famous people in tech, like Bill Gates suggesting that you don't need more than 60 megabytes of memory. You know what I mean? That's going to be me. That's what I'm going to be doing here. They're educated guesses. They're not totally just random guesses, but we'll just kind of jump in the future a little bit. Okay, great. This just gets started. Introduction to serverless. So what is serverless? Well, great question. Serverless basically allows you to build applications super quickly, and you don't have to worry about setting up infrastructure, right? And infrastructure is abstracted away from you, so you don't have to worry about it. Kelsey Hightower, one of my favorite people to follow on Twitter, he says, I remember the days when I built my own gaming PCs. Eventually, I just sold it and bought an Xbox. I just wanted to play games, not gaming rings. Serverless is just like that, right? So like I do have a gaming PC I built, and just like technology, right? Like building our own infrastructure from scratch, like our own Kubernetes and Docker clusters that self-heal at scale. Like, we need to build those still. But for 99% of projects, worrying about the infrastructure is kind of a pain. And personally, as a developer, deploying and managing infrastructure long-term is the thing I enjoy the least. I just like building the business logic. I want to get it out there fast. And I just want to I want people to start using it, right? So basically what you're doing is allowing someone else to manage all of the infrastructure for you, which is great. I'm personally a huge fan of that. Okay, great. So you might be thinking to yourself, Joe, serverless, what the heck? There's servers involved here. There's computers. Actually, there might be a server back there. Well, you are correct, but I'm just going to shut it down now. We get it. It's like, serverless isn't like super accurate. It's a trendy, jargony word, but like whatever, right? Servers do have servers. Serverless does have servers, okay? That's okay. It's a funny joke, but we're just going to call it serverless because that's what everyone else calls it. Okay, so you might be asking yourself, hey, Joe, I've heard about the serverless thing. I heard about this thing. What's the big deal about it? Why is it so popular? Why is everyone talking about it? Why am I here? Well, I'm glad you asked because, first of all, you don't have to worry about infrastructure whatsoever. I don't need to deploy new Docker clusters or new Node apps when I'm at capacity, or I don't need to scale down and I'm not using it, right? I just deploy my apps and someone else manages all that scaling for me automatically. I don't have to provision new clusters or apps or servers. I don't have to patch anything. I don't have to run updates on any of this stuff. I don't have to worry about security. Well, you have to worry about security, but you know what I mean? Like at like a hardware level, right? Your application, you still have to worry about security, but you know what I'm saying? No capacity planning. So a lot of times, like I worked for a large e-commerce company, and for Black Friday, we had to make sure we had our servers would be to be able to scale to capacity to handle the Black Friday traffic. You don't have to do that. With serverless, if you need more, it automatically provisions more work or like more stuff for you, more hardware behind the scenes. No scaling. And studies have found that serverless tech has increased delivery speed by 77%. So it makes building, deploying, and scaling your applications much faster. If you ask me, that's great. It makes me feel like this. It makes me feel pretty dang good. Makes me feel pretty good. So sounds great. That's awesome. I don't have to worry about anything. What's the catch, Joe? Right? I think with any new tech, the point is you need to figure out the pros and cons and to figure out whether that tool is the right job for you. So there's a lot of great things about it, but there is some catches. Let's dig into those real fast. So what's the catch? First of all, servers need to be warmed up. So for example, since you're not doing capacity or scaling planning for your application might not know right away that it needs to scale up. So, and it takes time to turn on a new server if it needs to scale up, do stuff behind the scenes for you, right? So they may need to be warmed up. There is techniques for warming them up. Like this is called like you kit your servers or like before you think you're going to need additional traffic to get them ready, and then they could be scaled up seamlessly so the users don't experience any issues. State must be external. So serverless is also stateless because these different server instances are being spun up and spun down depending on when and how you use them. So that means that they're not maintaining state. And that's when something like a database might come in handy, like MongoDB. Interesting. But state must be external. And DevOps is still a thing. You still have to deploy your code to a serverless cloud. Like it doesn't magically just go from VS Code to serverless. You still have to deploy it. You're not managing the infrastructure once it gets there, but you still have to get it there. So if anyone's hoping that DevOps is not a thing anymore, I'm so sorry. And nothing wrong with DevOps. It's great. It's just really confusing and it's huge, and it's just huge, right? So DevOps is still a thing. Okay, so we just talked about basically what it is, some of the great things about it, and some of the cons, right? What are some of the downsides of using it? Cool. Let's see here. I gotta just move this window down a little bit. Okay. when should you be considering going serverless, right? It should be if you have an application and you want to decide, like, I want to do a JAMstack, or I'm going to deploy this on a serverless backend, or I'm going to build my own server farm, or I need a Kubernetes cluster. Cool, these are all great things to bring up. And there are certain application types that are better suited for a serverless backend. So if you only need, something I forgot to mention, another pro is you only pay for what you need. So with a serverless instance, you're making calls to a backend, basically an API call from your front end, and you are only paying for those calls that you make. So a lot of times the servers, they just sit there idling. 90% of the time, they're just sitting there idling, doing nothing, right? So you're paying for all that uptime when it's not actually doing anything. With serverless, it's more efficient, and you're only paying for what's being used by your users, which actually ends up being massive cost benefits for you or your company or whatever. It's really cheap. That's all I'm saying. So let's say you have a static front end and you only need occasional hits on your front end. Like maybe you have like just some light data you're showing on the front, even heavy data, but like it's just, serverless is amazing for static front ends, which is huge for React. I'm going to be honest with all y'all here. 90% of my applications at this point are static React front ends, and then I have a serverless backend, and I'm usually using GraphQL on top of that as well. All right. So this is like my go-to. This is like my go-to app, with tech stack. Oh, I forget the words sometimes. So static front ends, great use case for it. If you have variable traffic level, so because it scales so well, you have to worry about provisioning it all. Let's say, like, for example, you are designing a game app that's going to be like a HQ trivia or something like that, right? Like at 6:00 p.m. every day, 3 trillion people come to your app, and the rest of the time there's no one on it, right? Like that would be a excellent use case for serverless, because you're only paying for that time when it's being massively used, and the rest of the uptime you don't have to pay for it all. You'd see massive benefits. If you're seeing sustained traffic all the time, like you're a Google or Facebook, you're probably going to see negligible benefits from that. But variable costs, you're going to definitely see it. Let's say you just want a occasional increased compute power on your current maybe backend that you're saving. Maybe it's even hardware that you're managing, right? It's a great way to like extend your current system without provisioning additional stuff. So you can just like occasionally we want to just, if we go over the capacity of my data center, great. We'll just extra traffic and go to my serverless backend. Okay, is that it? Oh, I got one. And anything you want to make cheaper. Again, I've only seen apps get cheaper from using a serverless backend, which is pretty nice. Okay. Yes. So there's a ton of serverless providers out there. Pretty much every like cloud as a service, software as a service platform, Firebase and Azure and Lambda functions with AWS. There's a ton of them. Which one? Where do I go? Yeah. Okay. So here's some things you want to consider when you're picking out your serverless provider. You want to make sure that you're avoiding vendor lock-in. So a lot of times what happens if you go to a vendor is you will be stuck there. It's hard to even get out. If you're using one of their services, it doesn't communicate outside of that vendor because they don't want you to leave. That can make it difficult to scale, or if you want to be using, like if I want to use Azure functions with the GCP machine learning stuff and an AWS speech recognition model, that becomes extremely difficult. So you want to pick something that avoids lock-in. You want something that works with a broad set of services. So a lot of times you're integrating with other services outside of that. Great. And as a developer, I want it to be easy to use, baby. Come on, don't make it too hard on me, right? Let's just like help make it easy. We're developers, we're smart, we can read the documentation, but I don't want it to be harder than it needs to be. I don't think anyone does. Kubernetes is great. I don't understand it at all. It's really confusing. It makes it hard for me to learn. I think maybe y'all are much smarter than me, but it's trying our best here. We want it to be easy though. Okay. So obviously, I might be a tiny bit biased here, but did you know MongoDB has a serverless option? It's called Realm. It's actually really cool, and it's a great option, and it does all of these things perfectly well. Again, I'm biased, but whatever, right? So let's jump into some stuff here. So we have some stuff here with MongoDB Realm. You can do query anywhere. So basically, you can make MongoDB queries on the front end in a static front end or React application, right? You have functions, so you can write your own code in the cloud to do anything you want. You can do triggers based on your data. So if some sort of data changes in my MongoDB database, I have a serverless function that automatically does something, executes some code. And then mobile sync. So it automatically syncs with any mobile devices, mobile apps, or static front ends, which is super cool. Okay, awesome. So we talked about what serverless is, why it's great, why it sucks, and what you should be looking for when you pick a serverless provider. So let's jump into some real code here. Okay. So this is my app I built. And again, link is in that code, that little QR code. I'll be posting it in a little bit here if you want to check that out. But did this work at all? I'm trying a different video thing here in it. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So I have I wrote a React-based serverless application. It's a static front end, and I'm using MongoDB Realm serverless on the back end. Yeah, looks like it paused. Whatever. Okay, we'll go. Oh, it's not going. Who knows? Whatever. Anyway, this is the app architecture. So we have a React journal application. Basically, all it does is it saves some journal entries. You can have multiple users as authentication. And it also integrates with AWS's SES, or Simple Email Service. So it does automatic email updates if you post a new journal of someone you're following, or it gets shared with it, right? So we just have like email notifications built in, but it's all serverless. There's no backend that I'm managing. All automatically scaled up in the cloud. And how this works is all the data is being saved, obviously, in a MongoDB database, and we're taking use of triggers, functions, and services. So we're going to go kind of over the core tenets of different functions in serverless using this model. Cool. Great. So first thing we want to do is connect our React application up to our service provider, right? This is a React conference. I assume you guys have all heard of React. So we have a static front end. Actually, I built this app using Create React app, right? So you can just build a serverless or a static front end using Create React app. But I want to get my static React application hooked up to my service provider, which is MongoDB Realm. So the first thing we need to do is obviously create a brand new cluster. Oh man, none of these videos are working. No. Oh no. Well, whatever. It's fine. We'll just skip it. What that means is you have to create a cluster. Basically, with MongoDB Atlas, you can create a database in the cloud. It's self-managed for you. You can still, the community edition is and always will be free for you, right? But if you want an easier way to do it, there's a free tier on Atlas too. I'm going to have free codes for you at the end. It's super great though. But all you do is spin up a new cluster in Atlas. It's our cloud-based, or a database as a service to the cloud. And then we need to connect up our MongoDB Realm app with the SDK. So actually, there is an NPM package. And it's called MongoDB Stitch Browser SDK. And this allows us to make MongoDB queries from the front end. You don't have to be on a Node application anymore to make queries to a database. Isn't this incredible? Am I blowing your mind? I'm making queries to a MongoDB database on a static front end with no server. What? That's incredible. I'm blowing my own mind here, okay? So all we're doing is instantiating that brand new MongoDB Stitch SDK, and we're wrapping our applications. If you're used to Redux, you've probably seen this before, right? We're just going to wrap our application around it. Okay, so authentication. I'm going to go fast with this just because it's like, authentications, let me be very clear, is very important. It's just very boring for conferences. I love security talks because they sound so sexy, but it's the most boring subject in the world. I'm so sorry. Authentication is boring, but we'll cover it here. So for this app, we're using simple email password. We have lots of different authentication strategies for your application. But you can authenticate with like Google and Twitter, a bunch of other things too, and GitHub, but we're just going to do our own email-based thing here. Oh boy, none of these things are working. It's fine. I'm just going to say we did it. It like goes for a second and it stops. Whatever. Conference struggles. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Whatever. I'm just going to say we hooked up our database. Then we have our browser SDK. But now let's go and actually query some data. And great. So this is going to look familiar to all your React nerds out there. But we have our React class app, right? This is like the kind of the super class that kind of contains everything. But we have our browser SDK, and we have our journal pages that's actually being displayed on the DOM. Cool. So we're going to instantiate a brand new client that's going to be basically the connector to our database or to our serverless backend, which is fine, right? So we just say like, go get this thing, and we're going to go connect up to our cloud serverless provider, which is Atlas and Realm. And then we just render a page. Cool. Okay, but here's the fun part. We actually like look at the journal pages that actually displays the data. So if you notice here, oh, I wish I had circled this. Oh no, I can't. So here you can see that lists of entries. We just go to MongoDB and we go to our database, which are journal, and we have our collection called entries. Cool, right? Just like you would with on the MongoDB REPL or on a server, right? Cool. So we're accessing MongoDB on a static front end via serverless tech in React. And then we can initialize that current state. Next thing we want to do is just go get all the entries. So we're actually just using MongoDB query language, MQL, right? And yes, we do. I'm using an await. Const entries equals await this dot entries dot find. I'm just going to pull up everything, and then we convert that into an array because we're getting that as JSON. Awesome. That's all just MQL. We're using MQL in the front end. Amazing. And we set that state. And then we just map over and list all those journal entries. Cool. So that stuff is at the bottom, probably used to it, but I just want to show you how easy it is to query and get data from the front end using a serverless provider. All I did was I set up a new database in the cloud. I connected it using a NPM package, and then I just make a query using MQL, which I already know to use because I've been using it on the back end for years, right? Now I don't need a back end, or the back end is being abstracted away into a serverless provider. Woo! Okay. I went too far. Okay, add entry. So we went through querying, just getting data, but now we want to post data to our database. Same thing, right? We're just constructing an object in memory called new entry, and then we just do an insert one into our data or our collection. That's it, right? And it's so easy because in MongoDB, you don't have to convert that data. We have an object we're working with in memory, which we're already used to using because React state is an object. And then we just can insert one of that object into memory whenever we need to, right? Super easy. And we just update state, remove it the same way. We're just doing a delete one based on the ID. Come on. Come on. How easy is this? How easy is this? How hard would this be if I had to set up a server and a backend, or if I was using like an RDBMS and I have to like run migrations and updates and settle this? You don't have to do that anymore. This took me like 3 hours to make this app. It's so fast. And I'm just getting started here, right? These are just the CRUD operations. Cool. Let's get to some fun stuff. Updates, great. Rules. Okay. Let's see how much time I have left here. I got about 20 minutes left here. I may finish up a little early. Reminder, if anyone has any questions, I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube chat channel right now. Feel free to just reach out. If anything's confusing or weird, want to go over it again, please just let me know. I'm here for you. I love all y'all so much. All right, rules. So, okay. Let's assume we have a MongoDB database. We have a serverless front end now. We can make CRUD operations to it. But you're a pretty standard application, and you actually don't want everyone to have access to every bit of data in your database. What do we do here? So, for example, we're making a journal app, which you guys have not seen yet because my videos do not work. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that users can only see their journal entries unless they are explicitly shared with them, which we do in the UI. We want to enforce document schemas. So it is a myth, y'all, that MongoDB is a schemaless database. Did you know? Hey, two things. One, we're actually a flexible schema database. You can enforce a schema from a database level. You don't need Mongoose for it. at a database level, you can enforce how flexible you want your schema to be. Another thing, did you know MongoDB is actually ACID compliant now? As of version 4.2, you can run an update, git, post, put, delete, all in a row, and you can make that one single transaction. Did you know that? Not many people knew that. But now all y'all know that. All y'all know that. Okay, right. Okay, well, is this video gonna work? I'm guessing not. You can enforce rules though, so you can enforce that. Oh boy, is it going? No, it freezes every time. I don't get it. Okay. Another thing, so we also integrate with other services. So AWS, GitHub, Twilio, or just HTTP requests of any kind. So you can do anything you can do with an HTTP request in Postman, you can totally do in a serverless provider. I mentioned earlier, we have an email client set up with AWS's simple email service that can email someone when a journal entry gets shared with them. And it's super easy. This is their service. All you have to do is basically add AWS. You click the simple email service. You put an API key in from AWS. We give you a little template. It's super easy to fill out, though. Okay, none of these videos are working. Triggers. Okay, whatever. I'm going to just skip through the rest of that stuff here. I do want to get to logs, though. So with serverless, I find that the hardest part about a serverless app is, in fact, auditing your application. So if you control the backend, it's much easier to troubleshoot and any potential issues on your backend. And since you're not in charge of that infrastructure anymore, the only way to do that is through logs. So every good serverless provider is going to have a stitch log or like a log for you to look through, right? Because that's how the way you have to troubleshoot it. Yeah, I'm not going to show you that, but whatever. Realm has it. Okay. Everyone, I wish these videos worked. It makes much more sense. Just like, trust me, that goes. This one works. What's up with this one? Am I pointing at it here? There it is. This one works. I don't get it. I don't know why the other ones didn't. Okay. This is the fun part, though. I'm going to make wild speculations about the future of serverless. Hold on to your butts, everybody. Here we go. What's next? Well, my personal opinion on this is, in fact, that I think, as from a developer perspective, I think we're going to continue to see massive abstraction on the rise. I think as cloud providers get bigger, more powerful, and easier to integrate with, it's going to mean that they're going to handle more of the workloads for us. We're already seeing them doing a massive amount of this work. Serverless is a key that they're going to be doing even more in the future. I'm going to say that again. Cloud providers are going to be doing more of your DevOps and infrastructure work for you. I don't think that trend is going anywhere soon. I think serverless is just the tip of the iceberg. I think it's in so many ways. I'm going to go into this sec after I finish this, but there's going to be more services. Like MongoDB just came out with our serverless option, right? It sits right on top of it. If you're using MongoDB Atlas, you click a button, boom, all this works. Just out of the box. Which, by the way, our Realm option now includes a GraphQL endpoint. So if you have MongoDB database in Atlas, you click a button, it automatically generates a GraphQL endpoint with all of your queries and mutations enabled out of the box. Because we know the structure of data, it's in JSON, we just replicate that on the front end and it automatically gets generated for you. What? It's incredible. Y'all have no idea how awesome that is. Okay, we acquired Realm recently, which means that we're doing this now with mobile devices too. So the idea is we want to make working with your data super easy, right? So like we host your data, we manage all that server, like all the database scaling and performance and indexing, all that stuff for you. But also you as a developer, we want to make it easier for you to use that data as well. Oh, and apps are just going to get cheaper. I bet that's true. Duh. Okay, let's see here. I also just want to make bold claims, too, about database in general. So I work for MongoDB. Duh, right? I've said that a million times. But what MongoDB is doing, we're starting to use machine learning models on your data to help make managing your database easier. I'm also seeing like we're going to start seeing cloud or like AI computed or AI assisted infrastructure modeling, right? Like, so for example, with MongoDB, if we see that you're making lots of the same queries over and over again that aren't indexed, we'll make a recommendation that maybe you should start indexing that and show you what that would look like, run some tests for you, right? Like we can automatically, or if you're like, need to scale up automatically, we can do that for you, or scale down, we can do that for you, right? Because I know as a developer, I don't really care about the nitty-gritty details about how my stuff is handled in the cloud. I just want to put my data somewhere and get it out, and I don't really want to worry about it. I want it to be easy to deal with. And same with my infrastructure. I just want to deploy my stuff, and I just want it to work, and I just want to move on with my life. I think that's going to get easier and easier and easier in the future. Yeah, it's going to. AI-assisted infrastructure, definitely going to happen. Okay. Yes, Stitch. Is this so? MongoDB or Realm? Excuse me. Is it free? Yes, we have a free tier. First 25 gigabytes of data transfer per month is free. That's a lot of data. I've never gone over the free tier. Don't tell anyone. Do you have to use the online GUI? No, we have a command line client, and I actually recommend using it. It's super great. So you can use your favorite IDE. I use Visual Studio Code for developing your serverless application. Great. Okay, so let's do a quick recap here, and then I'm going to get the heck out of here. Again, if you have any questions for me, let me know in the chat right now. But first thing we did, intro to serverless. We talked about why is it so cool. You don't have to worry about infrastructure anymore. You don't have to provision anything. You don't have to scale anything. You don't have to patch anything. You don't have to do capacity planning. You don't have to blah, blah, blah. There's so many things, right? It makes managing your application way easier and way cheaper, right? What's the catch? Servers might need to be warmed up. So if you're hitting with unexpected traffic, this first couple of hits can take a while as those new servers are being managed behind the scenes for you automatically. State must be external because all of your state instances are being set up and taken down without your control. So you have to manage state elsewhere, which is where database comes in. Great. And you still have to worry about DevOps. If you have an application you're considering going serverless, I would totally recommend that. If you have a occasional, or if you have a static front end, use it. Use it. It's going to make your life so much easier. Just trust me. And you have to have some data that hits on the back end. Variable traffic levels. We talked about the HQ app, right? Like if you have something that's only being used massively part of the time, definitely want to consider using a serverless infrastructure. Because you want to pay for all the uptime if you're not using it, baby. Save some money. If you need additional compute power without extending, so if you have a current system, you don't want to, it's maxed out, or you want like additional flexibility with it, consider a serverless system to be used only when you need it, right? Again, don't pay for all the time if you don't need it, baby. And anyway, just things you want cheaper. Easy. MongoDB Stitch is great, and I would totally consider using it, especially if you're a MongoDB fan, definitely, 100%. If you're using it as your data choice of backend, like we just make it so easy to work with that data. You want to avoid vendor lock-in. So a lot of times cloud providers will keep you trapped into their ecosystem and won't allow you to go out. MongoDB is different. Like we can go, we don't care where you go. You can also host it anywhere you want too. Like it's amazing. It's so great. We want it to be easy to use. Okay, then we did a guided serverless demo, which none of y'all saw because the videos didn't work. And I'm so sorry. Trust me, it worked. I'm going to show you the code here in a little bit. But we had our MongoDB Stitch app, React static front end, integrated with AWS, and use a MongoDB database on the back end, Atlas. Okay, cool. And last, we talked about the future of the serverless. We're going to continue to see a massive amount of abstraction on the rise. We're going to see much more serverless options coming out from a bunch of different providers. MongoDB Realm is amazing. You should definitely check that out. And it makes everything really cheap. Oh, and we talked about AI is going to help assisting making data and infrastructure easier to manage and scale. Okay, so what's next? If you are inspired at all today to learn serverless, what I want you to do is just get out there and dang do it. Watching a talk is a great way to determine whether or not you want to learn a new piece of tech. And if this is all but you're not going to learn it. I don't expect anyone here to have know how to make a piece of serverless tech. But I'd recommend what you. So I'm gonna show you a link to that site that I did. I would recommend setting that up on your own and playing around with it. And then also, next time you build an application, try building with the serverless backend. It's the best way to learn a new piece of tech is to do it. I'll give you the steps to do it, but you got to go out and you have to do it. That's the way. That's how you can grok these things, right? And great, if you want $100 in free Atlas credits, you can use JoeK100. I've never gone over the free tier, but if you do, you got a little buffer zone. Okay, source code. Yes, that's the source code there. I'm gonna pull up. Let's see here. I'm gonna actually try to show this here. GitHub. Joe Karlsson. Okay, great. And I'm gonna pull because I do have my I have this deployed, so I can even show it to you. Yes. Yeah. I don't know what happened here. Close that. Great. And pull this over here. Okay, cool. So I have the actually I'll just post it on YouTube right now. But oh no, that's the wrong one. Let's see here. Stitch workshop exercise. This one, y'all. This is the one. Not the last one. Okay, great. Yeah, this is where all the code is on here. So if you want to check that out, it's super easy to use. Great. It's fully documented too. There's a little PDF that walks you through all of it too. But it shows you how to do the journal entry. Boy, this isn't even going in either. That's so weird. Maybe it's just my browser's all weird right now. Anyway, let's wrap this up. I don't see any questions in the chat. But again, my name is Joe Karlsson. If you enjoyed this talk at all, great. I love you so much. I'd make funny jokes on the internet sometimes. You can hit me up on Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, or my personal website. And if you want a link to any of the resources here in this talk, go to that bit.ly link or scan that little QR code in the upper right-hand corner. But thank you so much. I love all of you so much. This has been so much fun. And I will maybe see you soon. Unless someone has questions. Stephen! Oh.
All right, so let me just pick this. All right, so what an amazing session, Joe. I mean, I love the way you introduced a small company, MongoDB, right? So
feels that way sometimes. We're no Google or Amazon, but yeah.
Well, that's a relative term, right?
Totally. Yeah.
All right, so there's one question that maybe you can answer. I mean, I find it a little challenging. Let me just find it. Where did that comment go? My goodness, I cannot find it. Oh, that comment just. Oh my goodness, it's just lost.
No, that's totally fine. I'm helping you here.
Yeah, can you see it on the stream? All right, this is important. Okay, let's go and answer this one. Oh. This is interesting.
How to hack Microsoft Clouds? Oh boy.
Now, how is that? It is serverless, right? So,
that one's a hard one. I'm not a hacker, but I wish I knew how to do that.
But definitely some appreciation coming from people. Right? People really loved your content, and they find it very funny and interesting. And looks like Mahesh says Joe is definitely fun to watch. You can never get bored in his sessions. Need to learn some tricks from him. Maybe a session on how to bring fun to your speaking. All right.
Oh my gosh, Stephen, your audience is so nice. I love everyone here.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and quickly ask you, Joe, what's with your background? I mean, what's there? Are you?
Oh, yeah.
That's very interesting.
Good question.
Let me
I have a couple art projects. So this is my pegboard with like all the work I've done, or like it's just like stuff I do. I have a little 3D printer down here. Everything on the pegboard is actually printed. So like all like the little pegs and my keyboard holder, my lightsaber holder, like everything has been 3D printed. The other really fun thing I want to show you too is this guy, which is like kind of broken right now, but it's if anyone's familiar with nano leafs, have you seen those before? They're like, you see them a lot in like game streams. They're like little triangles that like show you stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I they're so expensive. It's like $300 for like 9 of them. I designed and 3D printed all these, and then there's LED
Oh,
lights.
that's cool.
And then
That's
down
super
here,
cool.
I have a little. It's a web connected server in the chip, so I can control it from my phone, like the patterns on the
Don't
the
tell
Nano.
me that. Don't tell me you're becoming an
I built it. It's called, I call it Moodlight.
Mhm.
Maybe I can post it. I'll post it on YouTube.
Yeah,
I think it's
I mean, guys, go ahead and follow Joe. He has somewhere around 20,000 followers on Twitter. Quite an superstar on the Twitter.
Oh, totally. Twitter's been a wild ride, man. It's been so much fun this year.
Mhm.
I make really bad jokes on Twitter, so if anyone wants to come see those, definitely
Yeah,
hit me up.
yeah, you're definitely a lot active over there. Looks like this application is getting banned a lot here in Asia Pacific.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's totally right. I just posted a link to the Moodlight on there. Let's see here. This is when I built it. You can see I have the little server on my iPad here, like the little web application. So that's all hosted within it too. I've been like getting really into IoT this summer. You control like the different like patterns it goes through all in real time, and it's so cool. And it cost me like $25 to make it. The chip was like $12 on eBay.
Yeah.
And then it's like $5 for the filament. It's so cheap. You have to have a 3D printer. That's the expensive part for that.
You're not telling that part, right? That's the last thing that you told.
Besides the $800 3D printer, it's so
It's
cheap,
cheap.
y'all. No, it was a fun project to make, though.
It's serverless, like 25 gigs is all free.
Exactly.
And no one heard you, right? That you never go beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. I really haven't. I've been demoing these things for years. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's also probably because none of my projects have gotten famous. If I ever had a hit, but even if it did like explode, like it might be worth it, you know?
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
So, that was an amazing session. We really love to have you back, right? So
Thank
what an
you.
amazing 45 minutes. And we're going to reach you out back once again in some other live shows and the other virtual conferences. For this time, Abhijeet, gonna thank you for your valuable time and for contributing to the community. And we will nice status.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. And thanks everyone who stuck with me. You're so great. Ooh.
I followed you on Twitter, right? So we're going to stay. All right, Joe. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, so that was an amazing session by, okay, I need to go ahead and share my screen. All right, so perfect. So that was an amazing session by Joe. And now we move to our next session that is by Vipul, who is a Microsoft certified technology specialist with over 10 years of experience, competency in developing applications in SharePoint 2016, SharePoint 2013, and SharePoint 2010, Office 365, SharePoint Online, Azure, and have good exposure to design and software development. Expert in SharePoint Framework, MS Flows, Teams, React.js, and Modern Workplace. Vipul Jain is a CSharpCorner MVP, and you can often find him speaking in different community events, chapter meetups, and also let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Mr. Vipul Jain. Hi, Vipul. Welcome to the React Virtual Conference.
Hi,
Vipul, can
Stephen.
you hear
Thanks a lot. Thanks for that video.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, those are the videos that guests really love it, right? We need to make it a lot more often so that people keep coming back to our conferences.
Yeah, that was really great.
So, Vipul, I mean, you're someone I think we both have traveled personally, right, to different places, and we have delivered session together, right? How does it feel doing this online events and not able to interact with the people, and how often do you miss the offline events?
Yeah, Stephen, I'll say it's really great to do these kinds of event, and especially with C Sharp Corner. I've been associated, you can say, from the past 5 to 6 years. And yes, you said it correctly that we went on a conference together and we did it some kind of conferences
Yeah.
apart from that. So the experience is pretty good. I love these kind of conferences and sharing my knowledge across the knowledge which I have around Microsoft stack of technology, whether it's SharePoint, Office 365, Azure, or including front-end networks as well, like React and Angular. So yes, it's feels pretty much good. And to be here in React Virtual Conference, I really want to thank C Sharp, Mahesh sir, and to you as well.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice of you, people. We really miss you at the offline events, and we hope we can connect back as soon as possible as this pandemic's over. And we're gonna fly us together once again.
Yeah,
All right. So
definitely. I'm really sorry for today because I'm facing some issues with my video, so that's why I've not opened my cam, started my cam. So I'm really sorry for that.
it's totally fine, right? We're gonna somehow manage it. That's so, people. You're good to go ahead and start. You can just go ahead and start sharing your screen, and then I'll put it into the live stream.
Yep, sure. I'm sharing my screen.
No, not yet. You need to click on that start share screen. Yep, I now have it. It's loading. Right. Perfect. I have your screen. It says React hooks.
Yep.
All right. So you're good to go now. Next 40-45 minutes is all yours.
Oh, thanks, Stephen. So, hi everyone, this is Vipul, and today I'm going to talk about hooks in React. That how you can use hooks in React. What is it all about? And from a developer standpoint, I'm going to go very basic, starting from basic. What are the different type of hooks you can use in React? So, just to start with a little bit about myself. My name is Vipul. I have 11 years of experience around Microsoft stack of technologies, in front end technologies as well, including React, React Native, and so on. I'm a CSharpCorner MVP and also a daily chapter lead. These are some of my credentials where you can get connected with me. I'm also a author of one of the book which I have written very recently on SharePoint Framework, and the title says "Getting Started with SharePoint Framework," and it's available on Amazon as well. So directly jumping to the agenda of this particular session, the agenda includes I'm going to tell you about what are hooks. So how can you hook up with React? Just kidding. So how you can use hooks? What are hooks? Why you have to use it? Where you have to use it? And when you have to use it? And then I'm going to talk specifically about two important hooks. Those you can say these are the basic hooks. One is the state hook using the use state, and the effect hook using the use effect. And then I'm going to, at the end of this complete session, I'm going to talk about some of the rules of the hooks and what are the benefits, along with some demo. So let's get started very quickly. So if I talk about hooks, so first we'll understand what are React hooks. So I'm going to share some information what was there before the hooks was introduced, because let me tell you, the hooks was introduced in the React version 16.8. Before 16.8, there was no hooks. There was concepts like render props, HOCs, that is high order components, and so on. So what was there before hooks? And then I'm going to talk about little about what is there in the hooks now in the current situation, and how can you use a hook in a React application. So basically, to start with, React hooks, they represents, I'll say, a huge step forward towards building a fully functional React application with minimal use of class components. Because it happened because in the previous past that people started and the developers started using classes more as compared to the functional components. They were more concerned about the class components. So managing state and life cycle events with hooks is much easier as compared to the class components, because they require less code, they are more readable, and then doing the same thing with the React class components, they are pretty easy. You can say that hooks are how JavaScript was always meant to be programmed, because JavaScript is just a basic function, rely on the basic function components as compared to the class components. So React hooks basically adds the ability to manage React state at the function level and interface with React lifecycle events in React functional components. And it does it, let me tell you, that it does it very in a very clear, very precise, composable, and in a very declarative way. So if I talk about before hooks, I was talking about before hooks and after hooks. That was just an introduction. So if I talk about before hooks, there were things like render props. There were higher order components, because React does not offer a way to attach you can say, reusable behavior to a component. So if you have worked with React before for a while, you may be familiar with patterns like render props and high order components, which we say HOC. They try to solve the problems related to state management and lifecycle events. But the problem with these patterns that they require you to restructure, you can say, your components in a React application when you use them, which becomes sometimes very cumbersome, and it's like a hell, and make your code very hard to follow. Because if you look at a typical React application in React Dev Tools, there is something you will find which is called wrapper hell of the components, because it is very much surrounded by providers, consumers, high order components, render props, and other abstractions. So all these problems was solved by React hooks by attaching reusable logic to your components. You have to just redesign and recode your existing components, existing, you can say, the class components into the functional one, and you can use the same state and lifecycle method inside a React functional component. So that was just a brief introduction that what are React hooks and what was there before React hooks, before the React 16.8 version, and what is there now. Now the other question is that when would I use a hook, and in what situation you are going to use a React hook. So I will say, if you write a function component, from a developer standpoint, I'm just telling all these things from a developer standpoint, from the very basic things, that if you write a function component and realize you need to add some state to it, because before 16.8, before the hooks were introduced, it was not allowed to manage the state in a functional component. With this hooks concept in place after the 16.8 version, or you can say with the advent of 16.8 version, you can now add some state to it. Previously you had to convert it to a class, because if you have to convert a function component to a class component, it was very complex, it was very difficult in nature, because you wanted to add some state to it. Now you can use a hook inside the existing function components which you have already developed in your React applications. So moving ahead, what is again hooks at a glance? I'm just continuing that hooks, they are the new addition in React 16.8 version. They let you use state and other React features without writing a class. So again and again, I'm just repeating the same thing, that now you don't have to write a class component in React application. From 16.8 version, which has already been introduced in React long back, now you can use or write function components. Because I totally understand, I am also a developer. From a developer standpoint, writing a function, just writing function name and so on, or just declaring a constant as a function, it's pretty simple and straightforward as compared to creating a class, then declaring some constructors, writing the super keyword, and so on and so forth. So that's why React team, or you can say the Facebook team, also realized it, that it's better to be in the market by introducing something called hooks. So that's why the hooks lets you manage the state and the lifecycle inside the React function components. And then they also allow you to reuse the stateful logic without changing your component hierarchy. So by that, what I mean, that if you have already written a React application, let's say, for example, having multiple class components instead of the function components, so you can reuse that stateful logic in your function components. At the same time, hooks lets you split one component into smaller functions. So by that, what I mean, that if just consider a tree where you have a parent and multiple child, so just like a component hierarchy you are maintaining, so hooks lets you split that component into small functions, so that you can manage the state in those functions based on only what pieces are related, and what all those pieces which are unrelated or not related, you don't need that anymore in your React application. So by using hooks, you can do that as well. Now coming to directly the most important, or you can say the basic hook, which everyone should use and should start using in their React application, is called the use state. Please remember, all the React hooks start with the keyword use, USE. They start with the keyword use. So if I give you some examples, it's like use state, use memo, use reducer, use effect, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the basic hooks. And one more important, use context. I forgot that. So use context again, just to get the context of the user in a React application. A more important hook has been introduced. But basis today's agenda, I'm going to talk about two important hooks, which are very much basic in nature and which you can use in any React application in the function components. So let's talk about this use state hook. So what is a use state? Use state hook is, it's a hook. As I told you, it's kind of a hook because it's already telling you that it has a keyword use. So use state is a hook that lets you add the React state to function components. So now, as you can see on the screen, there are two code snippets example on the left hand side and on the right hand side. On the left hand side, this is a use state hook, and on the right hand side, you can see the equivalent class examples, which all those who are not using hook as of now in the React application, you must be writing these class examples or class components. So this is just an equivalent class example of the same use state hook, which I have written on the left hand side. So if I talk about the use state hook, so the three important things which we need to know in this particular example, that what does calling use state do? So if you are calling this use state do over here, so what it is doing, what do we pass to use state as an argument? So what you are passing to use state as an argument, whether it's a variable or what is it, we'll be talking about that, and along with the demo as well. And what does use state return? So what is returning it to you? Because if I talk about the equivalent class example, so in the class example, you can see that you have to write a constructor. There is a super keyword, then you have to initialize the state with this dot state, and then finally you have to set the state by using this dot set state keyword. This is a typical React application by using a class component. But here in this particular hook session, we are talking about how to minimize the code to make it more readable, more clear, more composable, and more declarative way. So here is the equivalent of using useState. So here what I'm doing, just importing the React from a React library and using the useState hook. And in the particular app, which is the example here, the component name is example. This is, you can see, the equivalent function component. You see here, there is no class on the left hand side. So as compared to this class component, I'm not writing any class component, because for using hooks, you don't need to write any class. All the state management, life cycle events can be managed inside a function component. And that is the beauty, I will say, of using hooks in React 16.8 from the React 16.8 version. So let's go through this code. So what I'm talking about here is essentially, what does calling useState do? So essentially what it is doing is it is declaring a state variable, and here you can see the variable is called the count. Our variable is count, but we could call it anything else. For example, let's say any fruit name, mango, banana, anything else. It's up to you. It's a variable name. I have called it as a count. The variable name I have given it as count. You can call it anything else as well. So you can say this is a way that how use state is preserving some values between the function calls. So I will say that use state is a new way to use the exact same capabilities that your this dot state, which was doing in the class component. This is having the same capability by using the use state, because you can see over here, you are initializing the count with 0 in a class component. On the right hand side of the screen, you can see the class component is initializing the count variable with a numeric value 0. The same thing I am doing with the use state 0, and my variable name remains the same, that is count. So you can say that use state is a new way to use the exactly same capabilities which is given in the class component, which is given by this dot state, which is provided in a class. You can say normally these variables, they get disappear when the function exits from here, but state variables are preserved by React. Now, the other thing is that what do we pass to use state as an argument? What is passed here to use state as an argument? So I will say that the only argument to the use state hook is the initial state. No other argument you need to pass to the use state. Only you can say only the initial state you have to pass to the use state, because unlike with classes, the state does not have to be an object here. You can see the state here is treated as an object, but the state is not treated as an object in the use state. We can keep a number, you can keep a number, or you can say string, if that's all you need. So in this particular example, I just wanted a number. So that's why I kept as a number, because in this example, I am showing that how many times the user clicks. It's a counter application which I have developed. So it is telling you that how many times that particular button or that particular counter is clicked. So I'm passing 0 as a initial state for our variable. If you wanted to store two different values in a state, you can call the use state twice as well. So that's not a problem. So now coming to the use state hook again. So three important things related to the use state hook. First, the declaring the state variable. Second is reading the state, and the third is updating the state. These three are the important things which you need to understand about the use state hook. So first, you have to declare a state variable, which I did as a count. Count I use as a variable for the use state. Then you have to read the state, reading a state, and then updating a state. So I have made a very small comparison over here between the class and the function component. And after this, I'm going to show you with a demo as well that what we are talking about. So if I talk about how you declare a state variable. So in a class, you generally do this by this dot state count equal to 0. So this is a way you define a variable or declare a state variable in a class. But if I talk about in a function component, we don't have any concept called this. So there is no keyword in a function component. So like let's say we say dot bind this. So there is no this in a function component. So we can't assign or read this dot state. Instead, we use a use state hook and we pass the count variable or the count value 0 in the use state hook. Now the second comes is reading the state. How can you read a state in a use state hook? So generally in a class component, when we want to display the current count in a class, we read this dot state dot count. So in the previous example, you must have seen that I was using this dot state dot count, and I was incrementing it every time by 1 when the user will click on that counter. But when it comes to function component, we can use count directly. So I have used the count variable. You can see here set count plus 1. I have used the use state variable, that is a count, directly in my set count function. So that's the real beauty, I will say, of using the use state, because it is making your code very much cleaner, very much you can say declarative, instead of writing very complex and bigger code inside a class component. And the last but not the least, I want to talk about how you can update the state. So very much interesting. Before hooks, I was also using the class components, but nowadays I am very much fond of the beauty of the React developers, that how they have developed these hooks, and in the long run how it is helping the developers out there. So if I talk about a class component, we need to call the this dot set state. So going back to the previous slide, you see here I'm using this dot state dot count for updating the state, this dot set state. But in a function, we already have a set count method and count as variable, so we don't need this. So you see here in a function component, by using the use state, we already have a predefined method which says set count. So that's all about the use state. I'm just directly jumping to the demo. I just want to show you a very good demo related to the counter which I have developed. So you see here, I am in ID. You can use any ID of your choice. This is a Visual Studio Code. So I have written this a very small React application by using use state hook, where, as I mentioned, that I'm using a variable which is count and initializing it with a value 0. I'm using a set count predefined method which is available in function component, and on the click of a button, you see here on click, I'm just passing it and incrementing it again and again by 1. So you see here my node server is up and running, and if I show you the output of this particular thing, so you see on my screen is it is running on the local host on the port number 3000, and whenever I'm clicking it, it is incrementing the value by 1, because I've given in the code that I have to increment the value by 1. So this is the beauty of hooks. So if I show you in the code, I have written the same code using the class component as well. So you see here, let's say if I comment this particular code, so let me comment this particular code from here. I'm commenting the code for user state, and I'm running the code, the same equivalent of this user state using the class component. So let me uncomment this code and just saving the file. I've just saved the file, and you see here the same code, class app extends constructor and so on. So you see here that this will give me the same output. You see here. So but the problem over here is that you have to write a constructor, you have to write the super and so on. So instead of writing the class components, after this session I'm assuming that you all will agree with the beauty of the React hooks, and you will start writing the function components as compared to the class components. So that was about the use state hook. Now let me jump over directly to the use effect hook. So I'm jumping to the slide, the presentation. Okay, so now talking about using the effect hook. Now you must be wondering that what does it mean? What are these effects? Are these related to the look and feel, or they are related to some kind of branding? No, they are not. Let me be clear with it, that we are not talking about anything related to branding or look and feel of the application. The effect hook, it lets you perform the side effects in function components. Ho ho, now side effects. Now, what are the side effects I'm talking about here? Don't take it otherwise. These are not the side effects to your application. These are the effects which you can add to your React application using the use effect hook. So, likewise, just like I did in the user state hook, I did in the use effect hook as well. On the left hand side of my screen, you can see I have written a code which is related to the use, which is making the use of use effect hook, and on the right hand side this is the equivalent class example. So first let's talk about what is a effect hook. So if I talk about effect hook, the use effect hook of the React, so the data fetching, or making setting up a subscription, or you can say manually changing the DOM in React components, all these are examples of the side effects. Let me repeat it for you. What I'm saying is that if you want to set up a subscription kind of thing, or manually change the DOM in a React component, or some kind of data fetching activity or task you want to implement, these are some kind of examples of side effects in a React application. So whether you like it or not, or whether or not you are used to calling these operations as side effects, or maybe you can call them just as effects for your information. These, because side effects could be taken is it in a negative way, in a wrong way, that why, how we are doing a negative effect to our application. No, we are not making any negative effect or any side effects. You can, if you wish, you can call them as effects as well. So you have likely performed them in components before. I'm pretty sure that you must have used the lifecycle methods like component did mount or component did update. Because what happens in a component lifecycle, generally you have to mount, you have to unmount your components, because you have to prevent it from the memory leak as well. So I will talk about these two typical, or you can say common kinds of side effects in a React components, because there are some kind of components which don't require cleanup, and some of them they require the cleanup. So if I talk about the effects without the cleanup, so there are two lifecycle methods which you can see on the screen on the right hand side: the component did mount and component did update. We have used them a lot, or you must have used them a lot in your React application, I'm pretty sure, as a developer, as a front end developer, because it happens sometimes we want to run some additional code, because let's say, for example, the DOM has been uploaded, the DOM has been loaded, and then the DOM has been updated. These two are different kinds of events when it comes to the React life cycle. So if I talk about network request, manual DOM manipulations, logging in into the system, these are the common examples of effects. You can call them side effects, you can call them effects, whatever you want, but these kinds of effects, they don't require a cleanup. So there are some effects which require a cleanup. What I mean to say is that there are some effects in a React application which need a cleanup. In a need a cleanup means that you have to clear the memory leak, you have to clear your component when it is completely mounted, you have to unmount it. But there are some events or effect that don't require a cleanup as well, and we say that because we run them and immediately forget about them, so we don't have to clean up them, right? So if I talk about typically in a React class component, what you do generally in the render method. So render method itself is a, you can say, should not cause side effect. It would be too early for a render method. So that's why in React component we have added, or we have introduced the methods like component did mount, or we have started using it before 16.8 version of React. The events, the lifecycle events like component did mount, component will mount, or component unmount, component did update, and so on. So that's why in React classes, we put a side effects into especially two kind of methods. One is the component did mount, and another is component did update. So as you can see on my screen, now this is something very important you need to notice. You must have noticed this thing, and as a developer, I will say you must have noticed this thing, that you have to duplicate your code. So while you was using the when you was using the class component, you are duplicating your code here. Oh my God, this is not acceptable at all. Why this is not acceptable? Because you are writing the same code two times in the lifecycle methods in a class. Because in many cases we want to perform the same side effect regardless of whether the component is mounted, or it is updated, or it has been unmounted. So conceptually, if I talk about, we want it to happen every time it renders, but React class components don't have a method like this. So what you have to do, you have to unnecessarily write two methods: component did mount, component did update, even when your application DOM is updating, and you have to write the same code two times. So that's where the use effect hook comes into picture. So if I talk about the equivalent use effect hook, you see on the left hand side of the screen that when you are using the use effect, you have to just write the code one time. So what does use effect do? So by using this kind of hook, you are telling the React that your component needs to do something after render, not the before render. You are telling the React application that your component need to do something after render. So what will happen, that React will remember the function you have passed to it. So that's why we refer it to as effect. I'm just repeating again for you that React will remember the function you have passed to it, and we refer to as effect and call it later after performing all the DAM manipulations or DOM updates. So you see here on the left hand side, this use effect will be called after your return or the render internally when it is called render. So when that has been executed, so this use effect hook will be called. So what we are doing over here in this particular effect, we are setting the document title. You see I'm setting the document title, but we could also perform data fetching or call some other imperative APIs over here, because on the right hand side of the screen you can see that when I'm using a class component, so I'm passing the same code twice in two different lifecycle methods. One of them is component did mount and component did update. So it's my humble request to all of you now, as a developer, as a front-end developer, stop using these lifecycle methods, stop using these class components in your React applications, start using hooks. And by after today's session, I'm pretty sure that you will have an idea that what are hooks. If I want to again give you a single or a simple one-line definition of hook, so hook are basically the function components which allows you to manage your state and lifecycle events within the function components itself. So you don't have to write any more the class components and stuff like that. So again, coming back to this example. Oops, I'm sorry. Okay. So again, coming back to this example, I was talking about use effect. Now you see here that use effect is called inside a component. This is very, very important to understand, because if I move before, you see here inside the component we use the use state. Likewise, you have to use the use effect hook inside a component. And why it is important, why is use effect called inside a component, why it is important? So let me tell you that placing use effect inside the component, it allows you to access the count variable. Or see, this count is used here as a prop, right? You can call or you can use any props right from the effect. So by using the use effect inside the class, the function component, that is example over here, you can see on the screen. So you don't have to call any special API to read it. To read it means by to read the count variable. It's already inside the function scope. So when we talk about functions from a developer standpoint, I'm again going a little bit technical over here, that when we talk about a function components, they have a variables or the members which have particular local or the global scope I'm talking about. So when you are specifying the use effect hook inside the function component, that is the example in my case over here, you don't have to need or you don't have to call specifically a special API to read it, because it's already in your function. You see here, the count variable and the use effect hook is already inside your function component. So I will say that they are leveraging the JavaScript capabilities. They are embarrassing JavaScript closures and avoiding introducing React specific APIs where JavaScript already providing you a solution. So let me tell you a hidden story behind it. What React developers or the React team out there in Facebook might have thought, that if they have to be in the long run as compared to the other frameworks or the front end frameworks, for example, Vue.js, Meteor.js, Amber.js, or Angular specifically, they have to introduce the concept of hook, because this hook allows you to manage your state and the lifecycle components inside the function itself. So, as a JavaScript developer, you are used to writing functions instead of the writing class. So writing function components, I will say, are pretty easy as compared to writing the class components, which are very much complex in nature, because you have to write the many keywords, you have to introduce constructor over there, and so on, so forth. So that is why I say that use effect has a very, very important advantage when it is called inside a function component. Now the question is that the other question could be coming in your mind is, does use effect run on every render? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. By default, it runs both after the first render and after the update. Because you must have understood by this time now that component did mount, component did update. What they are doing? Component did mount means the render method, it is calling inside the render method, and component did update means after the DOM has been updated. So both these things, both these functionalities, because it is running both after the first render and on the subsequent renders, which means that after every update, the use effect hook will be called. Okay. Now, what is the effect with the cleanup? Earlier, now we looked at how to express side effects that don't require any cleanup, but some effects, as I talked about, that they do need a cleanup, because we might want to set up, let's say, for example, a subscription to some external data source. For example, you want to call a chat API or some kind of a chatting bot or chatting application as a data source, external data source, then definitely you need some effects, or I will say the effect hook, which need cleanup. So now coming to the demo part of this, that how you can use the use effect hook. So let me comment this piece of code over here. I'm commenting this code so that I can show you the demo for the use effect hook in place. Okay, blah blah blah. So okay, so you can see over here that this is a function app, this is a function component. Okay, I'm using a use state, but before this, please remember, yeah, one thing very important to understand, that what we have to import now, you have to import React use state and use effect from the React library, because without this statement, your use effect hook is not going to work. So that is very important to understand. Now if I talk about this particular example, again, this is a counter example, but you see I'm not using any class component, this is a function component where I'm using use effect hook, and I'm just setting the document title, and it is saying you clicked how many times you clicked this. So let's save this file. Let's save this file and see whether our server is running. Okay, my node server is running, and now we can see. So you see here, I'm clicking it, and accordingly, my document title is getting updated. So that's the beauty, that's the interesting part of using the use effect hook. So now you see here, the number of times I am clicking this particular button, click me, it is changing my document title, because in the code, if I talk about the code part over here, in the use effect hook, I'm just setting the document title. So instead of using the lifecycle methods like component did mount, component did unmount, or component did update, I'm just using the use effect hook, which is allowing me to set my document title, and which is saying that you click this button how many number of times. So if I show again over here on the screen, I'm just clicking this button, and you see my counter is increasing by 1 every time. And the document title, or you can say the browser tab title, anything you can say in that sense. So the document title is also getting updated over here, and it is showing me the message, you click this 20 times. So that's the beauty of using the hooks. You can use any ID of your choice. So till here, we talked about the use state hook and the use effect hook. And let me tell you, there are more number of hooks available with the React 16 with the React advent of React 16.8 version. You can use context, use reducer, use memo. These are some other kind of hooks. And let me give you one more additional information. If you are getting a question in your mind that, hey, can I create my own custom hook? The answer is yes. You can create your own custom hook. Now, this is a very good news for us, that can I create my own custom hook? Because see, there are some hooks which are predefined for you, pre-built for you, and definitely 90% of your task will be completed by this. But if you want to create your own custom hook, the answer is yes. And how you can create them? You can create those custom hooks on top of predefined hooks. So that's the beauty of the React hooks. Now, coming to the next topic, and this is the second last topic of my talk today. What are the rules of hook? So, very straightforward. There are only two rules. No big thing. No, you can say very important. It's very much important, but yes, it's not that lengthy that you have to remember it. Only very simple and straightforward rules, that you can only call hooks at the top level. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean, that you only can call the hooks at the top level? Which means that if I talk about a React component, it is a hierarchy. Now, when I say hierarchy, this is a kind of a parent-child relationship I'm talking about. So at the top, you have a parent, and below it, you have multiple child, which are your subcomponents. So the rule says, the thumb rule is of using hooks, that you don't have to call the hooks inside any loop. Don't call hooks inside any loop, inside any condition, or any nested function. Instead, I will say that always use hooks at the top level of your React function. So if you have a React function or a React component, function component, always use it at the top level. And I will say that by following this rule, if you follow this rule of using the React hooks, you ensure that I will say that hooks are called in the same order each time a component renders. Because let me tell you one thing, that, for example, in your, let's say, React application, in a function component, you have called multiple hooks. So at the first level, you have called useState, then you have called, let's say, useEffect, then you have called useReducer, then you have called useMemo, and so on and so forth. So the specialty of the hooks is that they are called in the same order each time a component order, and in the order in which they are called. That's what allows React to correctly preserve the state of the hooks, you can say, between the multiple use state or use effect calls. That's why we are saying over here that the thumb rule of using hooks, that you need to use the hooks at the top level and not in any of the nested condition or inside the for loops. So that's the rule number one. Now, coming to the rule number two, that you have to call hooks from the React functions. You don't have to call the hooks from regular JavaScript functions. So what does it mean? What is the difference between now here? Don't get confused at what is the difference when we are saying a JavaScript function or a React function. In the simple sense, instead, just call the React from React function components we are talking about. And you can also call the hooks from your custom hooks. So as I told earlier, that the custom hooks are definitely built on top of the basic hooks which React provides. So yes, you can call the hooks from the custom hooks as well. So these are the only two rules. If you explore more about the hooks, you can find on different articles, different blogs, that people will talk about different rules, maybe 4 rules, 5 rules, 7 rules, 8 rules. But those are just, you can say, the part of these two rules only. These are the two thumb rules which needs to be, you can say, followed while working with React hooks. If you follow these rules, I'm pretty sure that you will not face any difficulty, any challenge, or any complexity while using React hooks. Now, coming to the last topic and the final words for this session, what are the benefits of using hooks? So, as I told you, that hooks help us to write a very cleaner and, you can say, more concise code. So as you can see on the screen, it's just like we went on a code diet and we lost a lot of weight and we look better and feel better now. So on the left hand side of the screen, you can see I've pasted a photo, a picture of one of the actors, you can say, and on the right hand side, it is the advanced version, or the cleaner version, or the precise version, because this particular person or man might have taken a diet in his scenario. So just jokes apart and just kidding in this sense. So using hooks, it's just like we went on a code diet and we lost a lot of weight, and now we look better and feel better. So what is happening, you can see here in this particular picture, it brings out your jawline, makes you feel lighter on your toes. So it's the one change that has worked for us. So just look at the React hooks which have done for others. It has make our life easier. So all kidding aside, hooks cuts down and makes our code more readable, concise, and clear. So just at the end of the session, I just want to say that start using hooks. If you have not started yet, start using with the use state hook, and then you can go on with using the other hooks as well. Just today I talked about the use effect hook, and you can get connected with me if you need to have more information. If you need more information about React applications, how to deploy them, how to use from a server side standpoint, how to use them with an external API, with the external, how to build chat applications, and so on and so forth. So I'm very much open for that kind of discussions. So I will say that thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'm just open for those kind of things.
It was an amazing session, Vipul. I think you did cover a lot of content in just maybe like 40, 45 minutes. And how long it took you to build up this entire demo and this all stuff?
No, so I will say that it didn't took much time for me to build all these kind of thing. Just, you can say, 30 to 40 minutes of time of my time to build
Wow.
this thing, because you see, I'm a fond of using React, specifically
Yeah.
React, as compared to other front end frameworks, because it makes my life easier from a front end standpoint. It's very much lightweight in nature, and with the advent of new versions, which React team or the Facebook team out there, they're introducing more and more new things just to be in the race, or you can say it, just to be in the race as compared to the other front end frameworks.
Loved you moving from SharePoint at the same time and coming into the React, right? I do remember Vipul Jain is someone who's known for his SharePoint expertise, and now he's coming with an amazing, fantastic content of this React and putting up in the conference. Really loved having Vipul. I know it's a little late at your place. What time is it? Like 10 o'clock?
It's around 10 o'clock, near to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so we will let you go, right? I know it's very late. Thank you so much for your time, Vipul. Really appreciate for joining us for this late and contributing to the community. And have an amazing weekend ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stephen. And I again give thanks to my sincere thanks to C Sharp Corner team for putting this all together and make this happen live.
All right, Vipul.
Yep.
Thank you. Have a great day ahead. Bye bye.
Yep.
All right, so that was an amazing session by Vipul. We now move to our next session, and that is by Devlin. And Devlin is a Filipino full stack cloud engineer based in Norway, a very beautiful place. He is a Microsoft MVP and author ambassador, a trainer, an international conference speaker, and a senior consultant and at Meta, if I say that right. He loves going to universities and user groups to share his experience, and we are really excited and honored to have him today. So let's go ahead and welcome our next guest, Devlin. All right, there we go. Hi, Devlin. Welcome to the live show.
Hello, Stephen.
Oh,
Hey, hi, everyone.
I think I pinged you in the middle of your screen share, right?
Yeah, that's okay. I think if I showed it, everyone will see it. So I think
Yeah, it's all
maybe
right. So,
later. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
Devlin, go ahead, and we did have an introduction video, right? But still, I would go ahead and ask you who you are, what you do, and exactly what is the time at your place.
Here in Oslo, Norway, it's around 6:18 to be exact.
Oh my
Six
goodness,
in the afternoon. Yeah.
not a good
Mhm.
time to sit at home, right, and do these virtual conferences. All right, we
Mhm.
really appreciate for you joining this, Devlin, right? So, I think you can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and then we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah. Sure. Hold on. Yep. Uh, yeah, I think
All
it's
right,
on
I have
now.
your screen. I'll pull it
Mhm.
into the live stream. Oh my goodness, there's already so much of code happening over there. My goodness. All right, so guys, be hold your seat tight. Put on your seat belt. Devil's gonna come with. Sorry, I just spelled it wrong. Right, Devlin's gonna come with some really code and router React V6. All right, Devlin. Next 45 minutes is all yours, and I drop from the live show now.
Okay, cool. First of all, I'd like to thank Stephen for giving me this opportunity and C Sharp Corner and the React virtual conference. Thank you. I really appreciate this. So again, I'm Devlin Duldulao, and I'm here to talk about React Router version 6. It's still in alpha beta. So yeah, here we go. So React version 6 is this the latest in development of React Router package, and one of the great improvements here over the previous versions is the bundle size. So the version 5 have the size of around 9 point something KB, but the new React Router V6, the version 6, is going to have only I think less than 3 kilobyte KB file size, which is really good, really amazing. Uh, so here in version 5, we have switch, right? In switch, you need the exact prop because all root or route path values match only the beginning of the URL. The author of the React router says it was a mistake in version 5 and the version 5 APIs that led people putting exact props all over the place even when they did not need them. Actually, I think I've done this before when I'm still learning React, putting exact in every route or route. Anyway, the automatic route ranking of routes in version 6 defines all routes in one place, meaning you can define your routes in whatever order you'd like, and everything will work as you'd expected. Unlike in version 5, if you have this component or page for not found, you have to put it at the end of your list of routes, right? In version 6, you don't have to do that. You don't, you can just put them everywhere you want in, no matter which order. So that's second. Okay. So here, Previously, making a nested routing is a big mess and complex process to manage it. In V6 or version 6, we use element instead of component. And route children was changed to accept child routes or routes. And if you omit the beginning slash, it becomes relative to the route path that sits in. It sits in that URL. Now, if you've noticed, this is same as the route path in the previous slides here. I think I have a laser pointer here. Let me check. Yeah, here it is. So here we go. It's launch here, right? And then link to, for example, this one, invoices, team. So yeah, it's straight to the point. And then now you can use multiple routes in a React app, which will help you manage multiple application logic based on different routes. You can see one here, multiple. We have app, and the other one is for admin. So that's for V6, multiple routes. You have the choice, and I'll give you more example later. And I have application running here, actually running right now. The version 5 and version 6, we're going to compare them together and under own code or source code. So no need for a React router config package, to install or download. That enables you to define your routes as an object. You can use routes instead here from the React router DOM. That's one. And here. So I would say it's similar with Angular and VJS in this part. And then yeah, from now on you can use navigate to navigate around. Use navigate. It has both imperative and declarative options. Declarative, see here, state, navigate, also from the React router DOM. And then the imperative way would require, of course, hook here, React hooks. You use navigate and use that navigate here to navigate around the application. Okay, so and it's here. Slideshow. Okay, let me move it here. So now this is a React Router 5 demo, and the other one is a 6. And yeah, let's see the difference in the two. Okay, in V6, this is how you would install React Router, and you also need the React Router DOM. The latest version now is a beta, but I wouldn't recommend beta because there's a problem in beta. I don't know why. And alpha, it works in our application. So yeah, if you want, you can try it out beta, but see, once you compile the app, it was an error for some reason. And yeah, okay, so now we have here. Let's see what's inside of the router. Here. Okay. So now before in version 5 we have this switch, and now it's replaced with these routes from the React router. No, you don't have to use the switch from the React router DOM. And this is how you would create a nested routes. See here, you can nest it. You can just put it inside this route here. For example, this is a good use case. I'd say you have the dashboard in React version 5, React Router 5. This is how you would do it. So yeah, you have here route and dashboard, and then you see here it's this is I would say this part here is more user friendly, developer friendly. And dashboard path, and then when you go here, dashboard default content, out. Okay. Okay. For this dashboard, and yeah, there's another one. Uh, let's open up the dashboard here. As you can see. So here, instead of using the children or passing elements as a children, in version 6, you would just use this outlet. So where do we get this outlet from? React Router. So that's another one. Yeah, it's outlets like the router outlet in other JavaScript framework. So yeah, it's version 5, version 6, and in game details, let's see. Oh, by the way, let me show you the application. So this React router 5 and this 6. Let's see, same thing. Same exact, but different implementation. Okay, here in game details. Oops. Example. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can navigate to the detail page, this object. So in version 5, this is how you would do it. Example, this one, you're using the history from the use history hook, and then that push. In V6, games, we would use this use navigate, and then navigate here and pass the component, the address of the component you want to navigate. So no more history, no more use history. It's just navigate. And there's a lot here, actually. So let's go back again to the router. And yeah, you can also do this for the nested inside the use routes, for the object-based routes. This is how we use a nested routes using this children here, and then assigning an array of different attacks here, our routes in objects. Okay, what else can we find here? So this is the sidebar navigation. Yeah, so in React Router 5, this is how I connect or stitch up the components. I don't hard code the URL path here. I usually use this use route match, but in React Router V6, so dashboard sidebar navigation, it's pretty easy. Sidebar navigation. You don't need to do that because underneath of React Router V6, it does this thing here, this use route match. So that's what one of the things they've done in the library. So you're used to do this and other things, but they embedded it in this V6, so you don't have to do this anymore. Use route match again, and here This just works out of the box. And let's see what else can we find here. Okay, for the dashboard, normally you would create an index or a default content for the dashboard. So this is it. Let me show it to you. So the default, yeah, you need this. When you're navigating to this, I hope you can see the URL here. And by the way, to show you that this sidebar here and this one doesn't re-render, I think I put something here. Yeah, this one, this alert here. And let's enable this to show you that this number, because I think 2 years ago or last year when I implemented this, 2 years ago, this application with number React application with sidebar. I think what I did in that project is I didn't have a nested route, so I just created this UI where you can see the sidebar and the content of the dashboard, and then every time you navigate within the dashboard, this sidebar here gets re-rendered because of course you didn't that would happen if you didn't use a nested route or something. So as you can see here, you navigate, even in the other one, it doesn't re-render. And you see here, the useEffect has the alert, and the useEffect has alert. So the good thing about this is if you're fetching, let's say, the messages in your inbox and creating a widget here, like a number of how many messages do you have. So of course, after fetching the data, you would get the length of that array, let's say 10, and then you would show here the 10 small widgets. Yeah, it will only be called that API will only be called once, because the sidebar doesn't re-render. And here, right? So let's go back here. Let's refresh it. Let's see. So this is the alert. This again the alert, and we navigate. So it doesn't re-render anymore. What else? Code, navigate, games, details. I think I showed this. Navigating back. So in previous version, in version 5, again, you would use the history, the use history hooks. This one is history. And in V6, let me show you game details. So confusing. A lot of files. So in V6, we'll be using the use navigate, normal use history. And in navigating back, in the previous version, the version 5, history, go back, right? V6, navigate, negative number. So it will remove a stack, one piece of, of page in the stack, and then, or pop it up. So you back to the previous component page. You can also adjust this, -1, or if you want 2 pages or 2 components will be removed if you put here -2. So yeah, navigate, and then pass a number here, history dot go back, and just call that go back here. Okay. And in the app, browser router, there's no changes here. App.js. Nothing special here. Still the same browser router or browser router from the React router one. You see, still the same. Passing the navigation bar. Container, if you have, if you, for example, you're using a UI library. In here, I'm using containers and this margin that up on the side. With margin and here as well. So, yep. Okay, I guess that's it. Yeah, the exact touch up here in React Router V6. No, exact. And this is the one that I mentioned earlier, the not found or 404, tab 404. And here redirect. Oh, by the way, yeah, in V5, there's a redirect, right? In previous version, React Router 5. In V6, I cannot find a redirect here for some reason. However, this route here does the same thing. Path it goes to this not found in this one as well. So yeah, it does its job. You don't need to redirect, and you can use the navigate here to redirect something. Example, this one. Oh no, yeah, the other one, the declarative way of navigate. See. I don't have an example here. I'm not sure if I have an example. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, you can use that. But I tried it. It gave me a different result. It doesn't do it, what I told him to do. So yeah, this one is enough. Route, set the path, and then just ask the component if you want to render. And yeah, here, let's see, redirect. Same thing as this one. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And for references, reacttraining.com blog, React Router V6 free. And if you want to download the two source code that I showed you, the version 5 dashboard and the version 6 of React demo, React Router V6 demo dashboard, yeah, you can grab it from GitHub. And yeah, that would be it. And, thank you again, and you can follow me on Twitter at Devlin Duldulao.
All right, Devlin, I think we still have around 20 minutes for the session to end.
Yeah, you can ask me questions, by the way, or for anyone.
Yeah, I think we have one Boris in this in the comments is asking to all that. Thanks, Devlin. I'm wondering if you have some of these dashboard examples anywhere on the GitHub.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Still here. I think it's in. You can see it when if you go to my repositories and type React Router. Yeah, React Router. You see the version 5 and the version 6, so you can just grab it, play around with it, and now you have a sample. Use case if you have a project that needs an admin panel or a dashboard. Yeah, you can use that. They're both using Material UI. I think version 5 of Material UI, the latest also in the alpha. So, yeah.
Perfect. So, the,
Um, any more questions?
and no, not really, Devlin, but so you say you're a Microsoft MVP, right? So I mean,
Oh yeah.
could you just talk about how many times you have been awarded Microsoft? I've seen guys having like 10, 12, 15 times, right? How many times you have
Oh,
been awarded with this MVP award?
this is my third year, the 2000.
Third year, right? So that's
Yes,
great. I mean, thank God it's not 10 years. I've seen people putting on like,
yeah,
hey,
me
I
too.
need another award because it's crossing 10 years now. We
And,
just need those rings won't fit in there. So Devin, let's go and talk a little bit about what is MVP award, how you got it, what it is actually about, right? And what you do being an MVP. Is it a full time job or is it a part time job? So what is being an MVP?
okay, so Microsoft MVP, actually the M is Microsoft already. So it's Microsoft most most valuable professional. It's an award given to someone by Microsoft. So this person uh, posted a lot of blogs in 1 year and did a lot of offline contributions, meaning like user groups, meetups. Could be an organizer. Doesn't have to be like speaking in the group. Or yeah, organizing events, speaking in a user group or conferences. So it you know it requires both offline and online yeah contributions to the community. And then of course along the way you'll meet someone who has connections and connection Microsoft community, and you'll once they example uh, what I call this, when, when you tell someone who's contributed this in the community, and then like I don't know, I forgot the term.
It's okay, right? It does happen.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, that when somebody emailed Microsoft that you should be awarding this guy or the, so yeah. After 12 months, so there's a requirements in actually in that. So uh, contributions offline,
Yep.
online, and within 12 months they're gonna ask you to list down all the contributions that review. So there's a process actually. It's not like somebody
I
like
do
okay. So,
remember, yeah, I do remember Devlin that earlier anyone could go ahead and nominate himself as an individual for the award, but now it has changed, right? Only a full-time Microsoft employee or someone who's already a Microsoft MVP can go ahead and oh my goodness, there's some my neighbor's dog kind of scared me.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so that's the word I was looking for. Nominate. So this year, I think they changed it. I think I received an email like that. So it has to be someone from Microsoft will nominate you, or you cannot just. I don't know. They changed it that before you can nominate yourself. I think that's the change. Before you can nominate yourself, but now it has to be nominated by someone from I think with MVP awardee also, something like that. Yeah, because before and 2 years ago, or yeah, I think 2 years ago, you can email the Microsoft that you're nominating yourself. Yeah, but they changed it to
Yeah.
something do that on.
And yeah, and definitely, I believe. Let's talk about the session that you had, Devlin. You talked about the reactor router in V6, and right, and in your demo, you did compare how it was in V5, and then you talk about how it now looks in V6. Right. So if someone has to go ahead and actually go ahead and get started and look at some more of the functionalities, go and get in depth and learn about this router basics, what are some of the resources that you will suggest to go ahead and get started? Is there any couple of links that you would like to share or have your screen shared
Yeah,
and bring?
definitely. Go straight to the React Training .com blog. By the way, one of the trainers in the reacttraining.com is the creator of React Router. So yeah, he's the one who wrote this blog here. It's about some uh, a blog about React Router, the latest features, and what else? What's changed in the this latest version? Yeah, this is the link here. See, just go there straight, yeah, and read. It's not that much. Actually, it's just um, take
So,
you
so
15
Devlin,
minutes.
perfect. So Devin, so whenever we talk about this JavaScript framework, we recently had an Angular conference, right? Now we have this React virtual conference. People would actually go ahead and ask a very first generic question that, hey, I'm starting a new project. Hey, there's a new project coming to my team, and we are now have to decide. Our team has to decide whether to go for Angular or whether to go for React, right? You
Uh
you
huh.
you as an you as an MVP who have been to this community, who do a community work, not just from 9 to 5 job. What do you suggest? What are some of the parameters one should look at when opting for React or and when opting for Angular? When specifically, what are the parameters that you would suggest that someone, if you these are your needs, then you should be looking for React.
Okay, gonna be honest. Number one is the budget, the budget of the project, and the timeline. If the project and then the owner is in a rush, of course you have to use what you already know. You already know Angular, and you're still in that learning stage in React. Use Angular because you have a deadline to finish. However, if the project um, is, let's say, or has a 3 month contract to get finished, I think that's enough for you to try a React. So you have 3 months or 90 days to finish the job. Yeah, you can try React. It's still up to you. You know, you know if you're in that type of situation or schedule. It's still try other frameworks, but if you're in a limited time and you have to finish something, use whatever skills you have already or things that you already know, rather than trying out things. Because example, if you're trying a new framework, let's say React, and you don't know the gotchas, because of course every framework has gotchas. You might get stuck and waste hours figuring out things. So, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
definitely agree. I mean, if you have a deadline, right, and then you want to move to a new framework, that definitely doesn't make sense. So stick to what
Mhm.
you actually know, to most of your team members may know, and that is how you proceed. And definitely, finance really matters with time, right? You need to look at your budget too. That's very important. You can reply
It's-
to your manager and
mm,
HR, right, with that.
mm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And all those frameworks and JavaScript libraries, they can do what the other frameworks can do. You have to think that there's no like this is better, this is better. Both of them,
Yeah.
if you need to implement something like render like a table with hundreds of rows, all of them, and or with WebGL, all of them can do that. It's just a matter of which framework do you really do that faster to build something. If you
Yeah.
know TypeScript, yeah, of course, Angular or React or with TypeScript, JavaScript, yeah. Actually, it doesn't matter. All of them support TypeScript out of the box. For
Yep.
example, Vue, this new version of Vue.js, you have this out of the box TypeScript support, full support. You don't have to do like configuration anymore. So yeah, you can write TypeScript if you want. Yeah.
Let me ask you a tricky question, Devlin. You just mentioned about Vue.js, right? Let me ask you a little tricky question, okay? So
Yeah.
people would often compare Angular and React, right? But on the run, we sometimes feel like Vue.js is not mentioned, right? Vue.js is sometimes not in the race. So
Mhm.
what do you what do you think? Why is it so? People why don't mention and start comparing Vue.js with React or Vue.js with Angular? Why is it like always Angular and React?
Oh, the numbers of developers. You can still see in the stats in the stats. Um, the number of Angular developers and React developers over almost the same. And VJS, we know VJS is a really cool JavaScript framework, but there's still a lot of companies who not not yet adapting VJS. Reasons, maybe they already have an Angular application. They don't want to rewrite the application, and they're just gonna do it if they have to. Yeah, those are I think in the top of my list. Like, reason why this Angular got there in the SPA framework first, followed by React, and then here's Vue. So you know that enterprise companies already implemented some or most of their applications in Angular. Well, actually, there's still a lot of Angular JS application out there, still
Yeah.
maintaining, and there's no value of rewriting those application and use another framework, especially if they spend a lot of money already in that kind of project, and it brings value. It gives them what what they want in their business. So, yeah,
Yeah.
and
So
there's
could
another one is Belt. It's coming.
yep.
It's like VJS. It's
Yeah.
lightweight. It's fast. It has built-in store and animation transition. But still, and it they need to promote it. So that's the secret in in the framework. You have to promote it. If you're the writer, the author of the framework, you have to promote it in other developers. So
Yeah,
developers, yeah.
definitely. Yeah, yeah. Promotion, I think, is something you said very nicely. As we say that now Angular is backed by Google, right? Even it was backed by Microsoft a lot. React is now backed by Facebook, right? Vue.js is something that has completely come from its community, right? There's a guys who there's no any big company that's backing it up. So definitely, it does lack that marketing part, and I think that that's a very good point.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'll ask you one last question, then I'll let you go, Devlin. Is beyond
Oh yeah.
with respect to your with your session is you did talk about router V6, you did compare it with V5, and what are the future expectations for your upcoming features of this versions of router? I mean, what are the challenges that you face now, and what would you like to have it in the future them solved?
Okay. Uh, I think that the basics solves now everything that I would imagine. uh, yeah, the nested routes, it's already there with TypeScript support. What else? It's hard to imagine, especially if you haven't encountered that specific
Well,
problem.
then in that case, you really like it, right? You have not faced that
Yeah,
issue.
yeah, yeah. Because you can just nest the route, put the rest of the routes, or for example the routes of that dashboard, put it inside the dashboard route, and then it works out of the box. So that's what I like about the basics. So you have to do another a different way in version 5, which you have to go to the docs first or Google something before you can do that. In V6, this is how you do it. Because you try other frameworks. This is how it's being done there. Works out of the box. Sometimes if you're using a library and you have experience in other libraries, sometimes you know, you're too lazy to go to the website of the library and read the docs. Sometimes you just, oh, I know this being how it's done here. Maybe there's an API here. You just control space, and it gives you this API this, and you can just choose it. And you just give a surprise. Everything that you need is there. Yeah, I think it's React version 6, something like that. You know what you want. You just control space or command space. You see the API that you're you want to use the name properly based on convention, and that's based on what they do. Just excellent developers experience.
All right, Devlin, I think it's time to wrap and we'll let you go. I know it's time for you for the evening, right? So thank you so much, Devlin, for your time. We really appreciate for you contributing to the community. We would love to have you back once again when you're
All right.
available.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
have a nice weekend ahead.
Oh, you too, you too. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, pleasure is mine.
Bye, bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, so that was the Devlin session, and now we move to our next session. That's by Nano, who is a full stack developer with 15 plus of years of experience in software development. He's an international speaker. He's a Microsoft MVP. He's a co-organizer of React VA, vOpenTech, and DevDayAR. Currently, he's working as a principal software engineer for MuleSoft, which is an amazing company that provides software for integrating services and applications. So we have a true community rockstar joining us now. So let's go ahead and welcome Nano as our next speaker. Hi, Nano. Welcome to the virtual conference. You're muted.
Thank you for that. All right.
Tell me that has not happened for the first time.
All right. Thank you for your warm welcome. It's amazing to be here, actually from Argentina. I'm super excited to show you guys what I have.
Nano, what time is it at your place?
It's 2 p.m. actually.
Oh, it's time for lunch, right? So we have disturbed you at the wrong time, looks like. All right, then how have you been doing this pandemic, and how has your life affected? I mean, you are an MVP, right? So you guys are the one who really travel to the community events. You guys are like, you people interact a lot. So how has this pandemic affected your life?
Oh, that's a tough question. How to answer that? So yeah, I mean, I usually struggle with joining community events. I really like to participate. I mean, directly, either as an organizer, I mean, behind the scenes, or as a speaker. I don't want to do both at the same time. That's hard to do, really hard to do. But I really enjoy switching gears, especially for. Let's just put it this way. What we do every day, I mean, the people that is here in the audience, they have something to share. So my way of looking at it is that you should show it. So that's why I try to create these meetups, these participate in conferences, and just talking about what I do every day, so anyone can do it. So that's how.
That's really nice of you, Nano. I think you are indeed an MVP, so you're a community leader in your region, and people really look up to you for for any of the problems that they face, and they may consult you. You work at MuleSoft. I just heard it, that's really API. That's a company, right? That does an API-driven stuff. So would you like to talk about what exactly is your job and what you actually do over there?
All right. So yeah, when I started MuleSoft, at MuleSoft there was a challenge, not so much, but there was still some struggling with APIs. What I learned at MuleSoft is that we are all in the business of integrations, right? We all want to develop something and put it out there in the cloud, right? But also the next level is usually to integrate what you did with something bigger, right? With a system, with a platform. I mean, even single sign-on is a way of integrating what you do with something else. And that's, I believe, how we create this application network, which is a group of APIs working together. Now, I learned, and this is what I'm going to probably focus in this particular presentation, is that communication is key. And not only communication between machines, also communication between humans.
Yep. And that's what this session says: design first APIs with OpenAI specs. So it looks very exciting, Nano. I'll let you go and take off the stage now. I will pull up your screen, right? And the next 45 minutes is all yours now.
All right, thank you for that. So, hi everyone, I'm super excited to be here. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to talk a little bit about the same first APIs. We're going to focus on OpenAPI spec, which is just one of the different ways to do it. But I believe that it's going to be super helpful for you to start with this. And if you know something else that does the same job, it's actually good to learn something new. So let's get started. All right. So as I mentioned, I believe this is the key message of this talk. This is what I learned in multiple projects. The biggest challenge to solve is not only technology; it's also communication. And most of the time, communication is the main thing to solve in a technical project. So the idea of this talk is to give you tools to focus on that. And since we are geeks, we like to solve technological challenges. We're going to use technology for it. So let's get started. Some useful links for you. This is the first one is a link to the presentation. So if you want to go through it on your laptop, you can click on that link, and also you can review the slides later. And also there's a workshop that is about this presentation. It's not 100% accurate, and actually you may find some bugs, but it's a GitHub repo. So if you find any bugs, feel free to send the PR, and we're going to be to there. So the next level, I'm working on the second phase of this workshop, and it's going to be super helpful if you guys want to send me something like a pull request or an issue or something to improve. Now, a little bit about me. I'm a full stack developer, as I mentioned earlier. I'm an international speaker. I really like to talk. Although English is not my first language, I really like to learn and try to be the best speaker about a particular topic. And for that, I need to talk with multiple people, and I need to share what I know and listen to a lot of people. So that's why I'm here. I recently changed the companies, and now I'm working as engineering manager at Modo. But this is brand new. It's like this is my first week in Modo, so that's why we talked about Microsoft first, and now I'm mentioning that. But you may want to ask me if you want to know more about Microsoft. You can also pick me, and I'm gonna do my best to help you with that. And as mentioned earlier, I'm a Microsoft MVP and co-organizer of multiple conferences, and I'm gonna go and mention all of them because you have a screenshot here. But if you want to know more, feel free to contact me using Twitter, and I can expand more on this. All right, so let's talk about the scenario. And I want to mention the scenario because I really believe that when we build something, we need to focus on what we want to achieve, and that means what are the objectives of the things that we're doing, and most precisely, what are we trying to solve. So for that, the first thing you need to understand is the scenario you're at. And that's why I'm going to try to cover it. This is a sample scenario, but it's something that we did. Actually, this is a real life example. So the idea of this presentation is to talk about this real application. This is the vOpenTech website. And the reason why I'm mentioning this particular example is because when we created this conference, vOpen, we decided to make it a Latin American conference that is held in multiple countries. We're talking about 4 countries right now. Of course, given the situation that we have this year, we're going to have a virtual conference this year, but last year we had the event in Argentina and Uruguay. And next year we're planning to have it in Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. So this is how big this conference is. And since we are talking with multiple local communities, we want to make this collaborative and open source. And that's why we decided to spin up an API to gather all the information of all the conferences around Latin America, but also website. And that's how big this project is. And of course, we have a mobile application that is used during the conference. It is not only an application for attendees, it's also an application for organizers and for sponsors. So everything is centralized in an API. And the idea of today is that we're going to talk a little bit about a few functionalities to figure out how we can do this in the real life, or how we did it in the real life. So let's get into it. Now, I mentioned earlier the team is composed of different people working remotely with different cultural, let's say, differences, but it's not really a difference. It's like they have a different way of approaching to the same problem. And the idea is that because we are remote, it's always hard to try to sync up. So usually when you are working in the same office, you can approach to that person directly and ask the question right away. But when you are remote, and we know this because of this year, it's harder. So it's not as simple as it seems. Now, what about the use cases? So the idea is that we're going to cover 3 use cases today, but of course, it expands to more use cases. The idea is that this API, or the thing that we're going to build, is going to retrieve all the speakers of a particular conference. Let's say we're talking about the conference in Argentina. So we could configure our API in a way that it receives a country, Argentina, and it retrieves all the speakers of the Argentina conference and the edition of this year, right? Because we have multiple editions, one per year. Now, the same way, we wanna see all the activities of a particular conference. Again, the Argentina conference in 2019, let's say. And that is going to be used by the website to list the agenda, but also to the mobile application is going to use it to display the same information, but in a different medium. As I mentioned, this is important. And also, the agenda covers speakers and activities. And that's why I wanted to mention this first, because you usually build something on top of small things. And that's what we're going to try to discover today. And last, the idea is that when you have the agenda and you attend to a particular presentation like this one, we wanted to get early feedback from the attendees. And that's why we added some write endpoints to post information about the feedback, right? I'm talking about REST. Probably I said post on purpose, but we're not into it. If you don't know what I meant, I'm going to try to explain it later. Now, and since we kind of raised our hands, but let's try to do a quick exercise. The idea is that I'm going to mention different ways of doing this, and we're going to try to find the best way of doing this with the less effort, right? Because we're kind of lazy, we're developers, and we don't want to do a lot of work manually. We want to like automate everything. So let's get into it. So the first approach, right? Raise your hands, the ones that have faced this before, right? Have you heard this before? Somebody telling you, hey, can you send me the doc of your service? When I say docs, I'm talking about a document, right? It could be a real physical document, and that cannot be done if you're working remote, so that doesn't work. Also, we're talking about Google Docs. So let's say Google Docs is the answer, right? What's the problem? What's the problem with it, right? Let's say you don't have it. And the answer usually is, just use it. Just use my service. You will know exactly what you need to do or how you can integrate with my service if you use it. Now, that's kind of a problem, right? Because maybe by just using it is not enough. And what happens if the service is down? So the next step is, okay, I'm gonna give you the doc, or I don't need a Google Doc. I'm gonna give you the code, a link to my code, and then you will figure out exactly how to integrate with my service. And this is the usual phrase you hear when this happens. Is like, okay, I don't need docs for my code. By just reading at the code, you will figure out exactly how to integrate. Now, what happens if your code has bugs? You're basically not explaining the intention of your code because the bug is telling a different thing to the reader. So that's one example of the problems that you may have. And there's another example in the screenshot that basically is by reading at the code or by using the service. That's not the real. I mean, that's not explains exactly how you can use a service because of bugs and because the service could be down. So you are basically blocking somebody that wants to use your service. And then again, let's use the usual or the old Google Docs, which is the traditional solution, right? The problem with this is that all of this is manual. and it's not part of your code. It's not even part of your service. It's something that is in parallel and that is manually updated. So the problem with this, and I have experienced this in the past, is that people doesn't update the documentation very often. So sometimes you read something in Google Docs, but then when you use the service, there's a different behavior. So it is, although this is better than just giving you the GitHub repo and the endpoint, let's say, or the URL of the service, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to do something better. So let's figure it out together. Now, as a summary, let's say you don't have docs. Let's say you want to integrate to a service and you can't receive docs. You just receive the URL. So that's, to me, not the ideal solution. It's actually the worst solution. Now, let's say the documentation is the code. Okay, that's slightly better, but it's not enough. As I mentioned earlier, if you have a bug, then it's hard to explain the intention of your code to the consumer. And last, you have this Google Docs or Adobe documentation, which is, I believe, better than the other two, but again, you still have something to fix because it's manual. Now the question I raise to you, is there a better way? Yes, there is, and you may know about this. And if you don't know it, I suggest you guys to start looking at, for instance, Google APIs. They do a really good job about documenting their APIs because they want people to consume those APIs. And the best way to help other people to use them is to give something like an API portal. This is one of the names of this type of documentation, but more or less it's an automated documentation of your APIs that explains not only how to use your APIs in terms of code, right? You're looking at an HTTP request, you're looking about technical documentation, maybe you have some examples so you can learn how to use them, but also there is some text, there are some descriptions of what you use, what you should expect about the usage of this service, which is actually made by humans, right? Machines cannot automate this, so it involves the two pieces, like automated documentation that it can be retrieved while you are coding, but also human documentation that explains the intention, and that's, I believe, the best of all worlds. So now the question that you may have is, okay, this is great, but how can I do this? Should I have to build something? And the quick answer is no. There are tools around that you can use for this. So let's see something about it, and let's start with this. Writing your first OAuth document. So before we explain what an OAuth document is, I need to give you some background. So first of all, we're going to use Swagger. Now, and Swagger is an open source software framework that is now a platform, and we're going to use that platform to build these OAuth documents or OpenAPI documents. So the idea is that this platform will give us automated documentation, code generation, and test case generation, and it's only going to require us to build a document, right? An OAuth document. So we're going to get some things for free by just writing some document. I want to see what that means in a little bit. Now, I mentioned this earlier, so maybe this is the first time you hear about it. When I say OAuth, I'm talking about OpenAPI. And Swagger was the former name of OpenAPI. That's why you're probably gonna hear it or we're gonna see it in the internet. But the idea is that when I talk about Swagger, I'm talking about the platform that we're gonna use right now, right after this slide. But when I'm talking about OpenAPI, I'm talking about standard, the way to write a document. The document is gonna be written in YAML, and it's gonna be a contract of your API. And we are using a standard because the tools that we're going to use can understand that standard and give us a lot of goodies for free. And this is not just a standard because I say so. Standard is backed up by all of these companies, and it's been like the de facto standard for building the contract, writing the contracts of your APIs. So I really strongly suggest you guys to start using it. Now, let's go back to the use cases, because before I start writing this standard and explain you the rules, I want to recap of what we need to do. As I mentioned, we need to retrieve the list of speakers of my conference. There are gonna be more than just one conference, but today we're gonna just write a simple example. Then I need to list the activities of my conference, of a particular conference. With that, I want to build the agenda. And last, I want to go through the agenda and start providing feedback for each of the activities or maybe each of the speakers. Now, let's get our hands dirty. Let's start with the first demo, which is my first OpenAPI doc or OAS doc. The idea is that I'm going to open Swagger Hub. I'm going to create an OpenAPI document from scratch. I'm going to use the version 3.0, which is the latest one. And I'm going to show you how to build an OpenAPI document. I'm going to try to explain to you the basics. The rest is going to be up to you. And I suggest you to start with the workshop that I created. And I'm going to show you guys the link later. But for starters, this is good enough. And if you know about REST, it's going to be super simple. Otherwise, I'm going to try to explain what I'm doing. And we're going to see how much we can get by just writing all of these context. So let's get into it. Now, this is Swagger Hub. Again, the URL is app.swaggerhub.com. You can just Google it and you will find it. And this is my account. I created a few APIs before, API contracts, because this is not a real API. This is just a document. This platform will give you a lot of things by just writing some documents. So I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to use OpenAPI 3.0, and I'm going to use a template, and I'm going to say React Conference Demo version 1.0. I'm going to use the same name and title. I'm going to be the owner, and the visibility is going to be public. And I'm going to activate this Automog API. We're going to see what this means later. And I'm going to get this conference, this document. And as you see, this is just a document. This is just YAML. Doesn't mean anything else. But the power of this platform is that by just writing this YAML, we will get a lot of things for free. And let's get into it. So I'm going to switch back to this. Let's go back to the things that we need to do. Let's start with the first one. I'm probably going to just show you the first two, but then I'm going to show you the real deal because I have it in my third tab. But the idea is that I'm going to show you how to list a list of speakers of a conference, right? And for that, first of all, we need to decide what the shape of a speaker is. So let's go to this build up a sample. I'm going to just copy paste all of this. Don't worry about this for now. I'm just going to go through this slowly. But the idea is that the Swagger or the OAS, sorry about that, the OpenAPI spec has two main attributes. One is paths, where we're going to put our endpoints, or we're going to define our endpoints. And the other one is components. And this one is used to define objects, schemas, or the shapes of the entities that we're going to use. So in this particular case, since we're going to list the list of speakers, I'm going to create a speaker schema. I'm going to say that the type is object, just because this is a demo. I'm going to just mention a couple of things that I want them to be required, but for now, this is not needed. And then I'm going to list some of the properties of this object, right? And this is trivial for if you have done this before in code, right? Because I'm saying that the speaker is going to have an ID, it's going to have a name, it's going to have a description, it's going to have a new URL, a GitHub account, a Twitter account, right? And give it, for each one of them, I give you some examples. And of course, I'm mentioning or I'm telling Swagger, hey, this is the format. Even though I'm saying the type is string, I'm giving more information to OpenAPI and to Swagger as the platform to tell the format, right? In this particular case, it's UUID, sorry. In this particular case, it's URI. And that's pretty much it. The rest are regular strings. So with that, you see at the left that you have the schema well-defined. And at the right, you will see that there is already a documentation of it. We're going to see that later on, but let's say this is good enough. It's not, right? Because I'm going to now go to the speakers endpoint, and again, I'm going to copy everything. This is like a TV show where the cook is like getting everything from behind the scenes. Sorry about that, but we don't have enough time. And the idea is that I'm now telling Swagger, hey, I want to build this path, right? And I'm basically telling them that my API is going to have this path, which will retrieve the list of speakers of a particular conference and just using the edition ID as the identifier of the conference. With this, I'm telling the Swagger or with this way to use to define where the edition ID parameter is defined. And as I mentioned earlier, speakers is not enough. I need to define edition ID. So when you have to define a parameter, you need to use a different syntax. Remember that we have schemas. This is for objects. But when you have parameters, you just need to add another attribute, which is behind under components, which is parameters. And there you go. We have an edition ID. And I'm saying that the name of the parameter is edition ID, is part of the path, is of course required. We have some information about it, and the schema of the parameter is just the type string, right? So with this, I think I have almost everything, right? No, I don't. Because I wanted to also show you guys that you can also define an error response object, right, or a schema. So let's grab it from my from a previous API. And this is similar to what I did before, right? I'm just creating another schema, which is a type object, and the name is error response, and it has only one property, which is the error message, right? And this is one of the examples. So if I go to this, I'm going to see my other schema object. And with this, we can now see the speaker's endpoint. And I'm going to go through it from top to bottom. The idea is that I'm using a custom parameter. I don't know exactly what's going to be there. Maybe it's 2018, maybe it's 2019, maybe it's 2020. My idea is that I'm modeling this by using edition ID. Again, the definition of it is right below in the components/parameters section. And this endpoint allows to a get operation, which retrieves a list of speakers, and it has two responses. One is 200, and it returns all the speakers of the edition. And the other one is default, but it's usually that this is used to say, okay, if it's not 200, then you need to see the default result, which is an error, right? So we're basically saying if you receive a 200, it's a success response, and this is what you're going to get. And basically saying that I'm going to get, or the schema that my application JSON response is going to be an array of speakers, a collection of speakers. But if not, if it's not 200, then I'm going to get an error. I don't need to explain anything else, right? Now, what's the beauty of it? Do you see this button at the top right, which is view documentation? Okay, I'm going to click on it. And we're going to see the same thing that we're seeing here, but I'm going to use another tab just to show you the details. Oh, still not loading. Okay, let's wait for it. But you see at the right that you have the endpoint. And the beauty of this is that I can actually try it out. So let's say I click on this, execute, and it shows me the curl operation. It's showing me the headers, and it's giving me the answer, right? And this is, of course, an example of it. And the beauty of this is that I'm getting information, and it's using the examples that I used before. So it's not mocked up information, even though it is, but it's not auto-generated. I'm just actually telling what style it needs to use. So it gives the consumer a better idea of what he or she is going to be dealing with. And of course, it's talking about the default operation as well. So this is all great, basically. And now I'm going to fast forward and say, let's say I completed all the endpoints. And there you go, right? And let's see what we have right now, right? I mentioned that we have the get speakers, the get activities, and now we have the post to send some feedback. Now for that, not only I need the speaker schema object, I need also the activity, the feedback, and maybe a little bit more, and the response, right? And the good thing about this is that, and I'm going to switch to this one, is that now I have a link, a public link, that I can share with the consumers of my API to not only see the documentation, the live documentation of my contract, of the contract of my API, with a lot of things that I didn't code yet. And the beauty of it is that they can try it out. So again, there's no real API working behind the scenes. There's something called booking service, and we are getting a real response. And now we're going to see a little bit more about it. But I told you the definition of this mocking service. So the idea of Swagger is that they give you a URL that will return mocked responses of your API using the examples that you provided to the documentation. And this is for free. This is what you get by just writing all the contract of your API. I didn't, you saw me, I didn't add any code to it. So this is great. So let's go back to the presentation. Quick summary. With Swagger Hub, we get a web-based editor with autocomplete. I didn't show, probably I didn't show you about it, but basically when I write something here, I get some information. So this is useful because if you are not used to write OpenAPI, these are hints that will help you to write about it. But it's super easy once you start writing a couple of documents. Now, what you get for free, real-time auto-generated API docs, the thing that you saw on the right. But not only that, the URL that I show you, all of this is auto-generated. So it's any documentation that you can use, and it's real-time and live documentation. It's tied to your contract, not to a Google Doc that you need to manually update. And last, we get an auto API mocking service or mocking integration, which means that your consumers can start hitting this endpoint and figuring out exactly how to build something on top of it. So this is great. But let's go to the second demo, because this is even greater. Let's say you want to test this API, right? And this is not enough, right? This documentation is not enough. So one of the things that Swagger gives you is the ability. Sorry, there you go. Is the ability to export my API. And I'm going to use JSON unresolved. Sorry. And this particular API has integration with tools like Postman. So if you're used to use Postman, instead of this URL, you can send it JSON to your consumer. Let me see if we can. There you go. And by just doing a few clicks, you will get your own connection. Not sure which one it is because I did this a couple of times, but you will get a fully fledged collection in Postman with all the information. So let's say your consumer is more used to use Postman, then you can give them this endpoint, and you will get the same result, right? Let's say I write 2019 here, and again I'm getting a real response. Not only that, I can go and click on. Let me check if I can. There you go. I can use a curve, and I can open up a terminal. Sorry, and I can do the same. So let's say your consumer is used to use curve, and they can use it. So I show you 3 ways of consuming an API, and I got all of this by just writing this document, right? This YAML. So to me, this is great. But let's see other tools that we can use to continue our implementation. Now, we give the consumer a way to build their own UI or API or mobile application, but we can give them more than that. We can give them a client SDK. Basically, a client SDK is a way to wrap how you communicate with a particular service, how you make the fetch or the call or the call request in a way that is easier to the mobile developer to use and communicate with your API. So the third demo is about how to build a client SDK, how to get the client SDK for free with only, again, writing a document. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Basically, we go to Export, client SDK, and as you see, there are multiple options. I'm going to click TypeScript fetch, and I'm going to download it. And again, as a TV show. I have already configured all of this earlier because we don't have enough time. And again, this is part of the workshop, so you can see a really good README and details if you go to the workshop. Let's go back a little bit to exercise 2. And as you see in exercise 2, probably need to zoom in. I have 2 folders here. One is the TypeScript fetch client generated, which is something similar to what I loaded before. And then the node.conf file 2018. This is an example of a consumer of my API. So let's say I'm building this conference. This is the website. And this is a React app application. And the good thing about it is that it has a service, node.conf service that talks with my API to retrieve the list of speakers. And all of this is inherited from the node.conf API, which let's say is something that I created using the same approach. And this is basically this. Now we're going to match what is written here with the code. So what I got by downloading this that zip file is that I got an API auto-generated that has all of this information. Particularly, let's try to find the get speak edition, get activities, right? And all of this is well documented. It's also automated. I didn't add any code to it. And I can just write a service in my consumer using or by just using this client that is auto-generated. The code is awful, but at least it works, right? For instance, it's a way to get all the speakers of my conference. And it's used my code. Let's say this get speakers is then used by the app.js, the component mount to return all the speakers. So when I click on npm start, I'm going super fast because I don't have time, but you get the point, right? I'm spinning up a new website that lists the speakers, and it's connected to the mocking service outside to get all the speakers. So what you see, this is the website. Let's see the network call. There you go. This is the mock service, and it's getting all the speakers, which is me. So again, I did all of this without adding a single line of code, only in the consumer, right? But hopefully you are not also the consumer. But if you are, the only thing you need to do is that. So that's great, right? And the good thing about it is that all of this is fully integrated with VS Code or other tools that understand TypeScript, and you will get all the documentation, or not only TypeScript, sorry, the documentation. In particular case, I'm using TypeScript because I get all of this for free. But if you have a different language that you want to use, you can use it, and your IDE will understand how to use it, right? And I haven't tested all of this, but you have more than 30 languages for your kind of SDKs. C# is another example. You have it in Go. I use TypeScript. There's an Angular version, and so on, right? Now, ideally, you might want to do this, but this is just an example, right? Let's say I write a document, an OpenAPI document in Jadhav with the content of my API. Then I store that document in GitHub because I want to version it. Then I create a client SDK, and I store that in GitHub, but I use npm, Maven, or Nugget to publish that client SDK. And last, the consumer of my API, they only need to install that package in their own website or React app application or mobile application to use it. So next time, let's say I add something new, I just need to publish a new version of this client SDK. And then I need to notify somehow or tell my consumer that there's a new version available with new features, which could mean a new endpoint or a bug fix, etc., right? But more or less, probably you know about this. Let's do a quick recap just in case. First of all, by having the SDK, you have an auto-generated library that will simplify the usage and the consumption of your API. We mentioned this before. We have multiple languages, although we haven't covered all of them because we don't have any time. We don't have enough time. You may want to test or use the language that you need. And last, this is fully prepared to be managed the same way you manage a package that your consumers use. All right. Now, last piece of it, right? I have defined the contract of my API. I have created automatically a client SDK that my consumer will use that will ease implementation of the usage of my API. But I still need to have to implement my API, right? Because everything is mock. All right. Ideally, I will show you how to do it, but we don't have enough time. So we need to do something different, right? And that's what the fourth demo is about. What I'm going to show you is basically a way to scaffold an API, which is named server stub, again, without that in a single line of code. So although the code is auto-generated and is pretty ugly, it will help you to spin up, let's say, a server in the internet to replace this mock service that Swagger is giving you, in a way that you can work on the infrastructure, have something that at least is going to give you some mock information. But then once you have that service up and running, you can then worry about the real implementation. So let's get into it. As I mentioned, this is named Server Stub in the Swagger Hub platform. And like the client SDK, there are multiple ways of building or scaffolding one. I'm going to use Node.js server. And there you go. So let's say I unzip that file and I use it. Now, what I'm going to show you, and this is the exercise 3 of the workshop, is that, and there you go. So in this particular case, NodeConf is the website that is the consumer of my API. TypeScript fetch is the service, is the client SDK, and Node.js server is the server. So the client SDK haven't changed. It's still showing you the get edition activities or get edition speakers, right? It's doing the same thing, but this client SDK is prepared to be consumed this way. Let's go back to NodeConf. So this is practically the same code we had before, but now we are instantiating the Node API by using a server stub URL, right? And we're gonna use localhost instead of the automog. But let's say you have this deployed elsewhere, you're gonna change the URL of your deployed website with the real deal, right? So in this case, you clearly see that I'm not gonna use the mock version. I'm gonna use something else. Let's start with it, NodeConf. And let's start this creator React app application. And hopefully this won't work because I haven't started my API, my Node.js API. And as you see, it's not working. So this is real. This is a demo, and it's working as expected. So what I need to do next is that I need to start my ugly Node.js service, and you see that it's using localhost, and there's something extra here. So let's start with this. So what's the good thing about these automated server stubs is that you get the same documentation that you saw in Swagger for free. So although it's kind of not the same because the styles are different, you're getting the same features, right? You're getting all the documentation live right next to your code or this mock code, and you get a way to test all of this. The same way I showed you this before, right? And this is working. Again, this is a real server that is getting information. It's hitting the mock service, but this can be easily changed with the real deal. Maybe sometimes you won't need it. But let's try the real deal, right? So let's go to the NodeConf Argentina. Let's refresh it. And since I have started, I'm going to show you, probably you haven't seen it, but this service is working in localhost 8080. You are seeing a different output. You are seeing that I'm hitting my server, and you are seeing all of this information that is represented in this in the website, right? And I haven't wrote a single line of code to do all of this. All of this was for free, and I only had to write an OpenAPI document for it. So that's pretty much it. So let's end with a summary. My suggestion, instead of giving a URL with the service to the consumer, instead of giving the GitHub URL, instead of giving the documentations in Google Docs, write your ROAS document first. That's the first thing you need to do, the first and foremost thing you need to do. Then you will get for free all of the things that I showed you, the client SDK, the documentation automated, and the server stuff, which will enable other people to cover away. You are not going to block anyone. So that's the beauty of all of this. You can get in a couple of days something that other people can use to build their own things on top of what we are building, right? And with all of that, you will get a profit. Well, not really, right? You still need to implement the real backend, but you get the point. All right, that's all I have to share. Thank you for your time, and I'm now ready to answer some of the questions you have sent to the channel.
All right. So, Nana, what an amazing session it was. I mean, you covered so many topics in just 45 minutes, right? I mean, literally, they were like, you did from end to end. You explained every single aspect, the code, the application, the problems that you may face, the solution that you have. How long did it took you to go ahead and build this session?
How long?
Yeah.
Sorry, how was it? Oh, it took me a while to figure out how to communicate. Right? The hardest thing is to show you the intent, because as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm doing all of this in my everyday job, right? In my daily, as part of my daily responsibilities, I'm building documentation of the APIs and building the ways to automate how people can consume the APIs. So probably the research was part of all of this, finding the right tool for the jobs. The Swagger and OpenAPI are great. Today, I'm not using Swagger directly. I'm using, I'm putting everything in my service. But
Okay.
I know that people don't like to use the service because the real deal is something in production, so they use Swagger. And probably all of those that learn and fail and try again and figure out what to be the most. But then the rest is like sharing my experience. Probably you may have different opinions, but I don't know, maybe a couple of months to figure out exactly what I needed, and then a couple of days or maybe a week or two to build this presentation.
Definitely now, I think as it said, your bio says 15 years of experience, and the content that you have added, like in just 45 minutes, definitely you have done a lot of research, and definitely you do a lot in your day-to-day life. So you could just bag it up and give it. So people who are watching now or who will be watching later on the recorded session, something that is a very important session, go ahead and get started. So Nano, I think it's weekend, so we won't take much of your time. Thank you so much for all your efforts and for contributing to the community. Thank you so much for your time, and really had an honor to have you in this conference. And we will connect you with some other time at the live show, maybe in person.
All right, thank you for that. And just one more thing. I mean, if you think that all of this is a lot of information to process, don't worry about it. I have a workshop that I have created. I can send that.
Can you send the if it makes sense? Can you send the link in the private chat? We could just drop it in the comments so that people who are just watching it, they can go ahead and follow along.
Will do, because I know it takes time to process all of this, and there's a step-by-step workshop that I created to cover everything that I show you in 45 minutes. I know it's a lot. Let me just go. So these are the two links I want to share.
You can give me in the private chat, and I'll just put it up.
Yeah, give me 1 second, because it's hard to have two monitors at the same time.
Yeah, I get that part.
All right.
All right, I got that. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to put it into the comments, and also when this video goes on the YouTube and all other platform recorded session, we'll put it there too. So thank you so much, Nano. Thank you for all the resources that you have shared and the knowledge, and have a nice day and have a nice weekend ahead. All
right, thank you for the opportunity, and have a good day and a good weekend. Bye.
Bye. Goodies on the way. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye. All right, so that was an amazing session by Nano, and now let's move to the next session by Colby. right? So Colby is lead UX and front end engineer at Element 84, and that's passionate about tackling challenges that can help save people lives and make the world a better place, including video streaming services, e-commerce with ThinkGeek.com, satellite dashboards, and helping first responders. Really excited to have Colby for the very first time in our virtual conference. So let's go ahead and invite our guest, Colby. Hi, Colby. Welcome to the React Virtual Conference.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can definitely hear you loud and clear, very crisp voice. You're struggling with the screen share?
Yep. Sorry, give me a second here. I was having trouble letting it actually share my screen.
So what are you sharing, an entire screen or just an application?
Yeah, it won't even let me do that. Sorry, 1 second.
Well, these are things that does happen, right? I mean,
Yeah, I've even used StreamYard before and haven't had the issue. I
yeah,
apologize
it does
to everybody.
While you fix that, right, it has been an incident with me when I introduced a guest for almost like 5 minutes. I did the entire introduction, but I was looking at the slides and I just realized there were more than 50 comments in this show that said, "Hey Simon, you are mute," and all that went wrong. So I had to repeat it. So these things does happen, and I think this keeps on happening a lot. So it's okay that you can go ahead and fix it. And what problem you're actually facing, Colby? Can I help with that?
I think I almost actually have it, or the browser key. Every time I try to share it, it says that it doesn't have access. Yet when I open up my Mac privacy security, it won't let me actually add it for screen recording, which is what's required.
Tell me that happens with Apple products. I mean, if you're using Chrome, then it's really easy. But yeah, if you're using Chrome, even on Mac, yeah, they do have some security problems to go into that. Yeah, and I think by the time you fix it, we'll go ahead and talk about the other conference that we have coming. That is uh, the .NET Virtual Conference that is scheduled for the October 15th and 16th, and in that would be a 2 days virtual conference with over I think 20-25 speakers. We would be having Microsoft MEPs, region directors. So if you are someone who is interested with that, I would definitely suggest you to go ahead and have a look at that conference. We post all our conferences at 2020.net, and you can find those details over here. So if you are joining us for the very first time, or if you don't know where we put all these conference details, we actually added to the 2020.net, which I just added into the comments over here, and you can find all the upcoming virtual conferences over there. Even if you are someone who wants to go ahead and learn about the CSharpCorner platform, you can visit CSharpCorner.com, and under the event section, you will find all the live shows and the EMA. So let me try to pull up Kobe once back. Hey Kobe, does that add? No, it won't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's still not. Did you say you have my slides available?
Oh no, unfortunately, no, I
Okay.
don't have it. Okay, can you just? Okay, now this is a little tricky. How do we fix it?
Yeah, I don't understand. Let me try Safari just by chance. I only tried Chrome and Firefox so far.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Well, I think one of the speakers did have this problem. I think what she did is she just restarted her system, and then it went all fine.
Okay, I can try to reboot then. I'll be right back really quick.
How long it's gonna take? It will be. I don't have the content to cover.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know yet.
I'm so sorry. 1 second.
Okay. I'll just wait. I hope Max are fast.
Yep.
All right, so by the time Colby comes back and actually shows you the, what do you call it, once he comes back to the live show and talks about his session that is on UI and UX, let me go ahead and start sharing my screen, and I'll pull up the Chrome tab, and I'm going to take you to the 2020 website where we actually go ahead and put all our conference details. So 2020.net is a platform where we have been putting all our virtual conference details. We in the past we have done, if you scroll down, we have done offline events, offline conferences, but during this pandemic we have done public speaking virtual conference, software architect virtual conference, women in tech virtual conference, Azure virtual conference, Angular virtual conference, and one of the very exciting conferences that we did was a lighter virtual conference where speakers from across the globe. It was a 24 hours virtual conference, purely based on Microsoft technologies. We had over 100 speakers, 8 keynotes joining us from across the globe, and it went for 24 hours. And it was actually a fundraising for people who were affected by this COVID-19. So that is something that really did it. The coming next conference are the Kids Who Code Blockchain Virtual Conference and the .NET Virtual Conference. So on October 15th and 16th, if you are joining us, you can go ahead and register for that. It's entirely free and there is no problem. Let me go ahead and pull back Colby once again. Hey Colby, looks like you fixed it, and there we go. Thank God that trick worked.
Yeah, let me try to make it expanded and see. Do you still see it?
Yeah, let's not do any more tricks, Colby.
Yeah, I ended up trying out my work laptop, so
yeah, I see that. I see that change in angle.
yeah, I'm so sorry, everybody. But if you're ready, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I think you can go ahead and start the session. Like next 45 minutes is all yours. And I'm gonna catch you back once again. You end the session and we're gonna do a little more of chit chat.
Sounds great.
Perfect. I'm gonna pull your screen to the live show, and there you go.
Thanks. Awesome. Well, hey everybody. Today I'm going to be talking about maps. We'll talk about the impact they can have on the world, and we're also going to dive in about how you can build them with a little bit of JavaScript. So who am I? I'm Colby Fayock. I'm the one hugging BB-8 and Kylo Ren over there. I work on the UX and front-end side of things at Element 84. You can find me pretty much anywhere on the web by just Googling my name, as I'm the only one in the world. So looking at this first slide, it's a screenshot of Google Maps in downtown Alexandria, Virginia, here in the United States. This is Element 84's HQ. We're all probably pretty familiar with Google Maps or Apple Maps. They provide us with a lot of features we use every day. Like here, we can check out some points of interest nearby. We can find out where we can grab a quick cup of coffee, find the best sushi, which is Momo Sushi, by the way, if you're in the area, or we can just look at some pictures. This next screenshot is of public transit directions. It's showing the metro I would take when I would get to my apartment from the last to work from my apartment. My wife and I share one car, so when I didn't have it, I was able to get a good idea of how long it would take to get downtown to work. This next one shows some driving directions. This is the route I would take to get to my mom's house where I grew up. The time here is a little bit optimistic though. It never actually took under 4 hours to get there with traffic. So how many of you like to travel? As much as we'd all love to be in another country every month, that's usually not feasible, especially now. So my wife likes to take virtual vacations around the world, which is also a little bit better for the budget, but Google Maps lets her easily travel around and check things out. Here we get a good look at the Great Pyramid of Giza, which we can see an overhead view from above to get an idea of what this area looks like. The cool thing about this, though, is we can actually get a close-up look with Street View. We can actually get an idea of the scale of this structure. It's huge, and we can get an idea of how big it really is. When I was talking to my wife about this, she was also in the middle of one of her journeys. She wandered to a place called the Valley of Geysers, which is located in Russia on the Kamchatka Peninsula. It turns out this geyser field has the second largest concentration of geysers in the world. It seems pretty wild to me that we can get a good look at this place, and it's all because someone took the time to take a picture of this remote area. This particular picture was from a local guide, so really any of us can do this. But the neat thing is we can check this kind of place out even if we'll never have the opportunity to go. It's obviously not the real thing, but we're still able to get a glimpse of remote places all around the world. So where do we actually get the data to build out these features? Well, first, you have an obvious one. You have scientists and analysts. This is just a stock photo I found from GIS University, but they're constantly hard at work collecting and processing data. And I really have to hope that they always look this happy. You also have technology. Thanks to the cars and the people that build Street View, we can get a close-up look of the pyramids, and we can also get some fun Easter eggs along the way. This also includes a ton of people around the world, like I showed in Russia. There are local guides all over contributing to pictures and data. And did I mention there were Easter eggs? Thanks, Tokyo. There are a ton of like these all over the internet. But then we have satellites. There are a bunch of different types. Some collect imagery, some collect more in a data format, but they help produce the assets we use to create our maps. A good example of this is Cryosat from ESA. It uses its onboard instruments to measure changes in ice thickness. It can measure changes as accurate as 0.7 centimeters per year. The example on the right is showing Antarctica mapped out in 3D using the data it collected. Another example is NASA's MODIS Terra. Using its image sensors, it covers every point on the Earth every 1 to 2 days. It collects large-scale global dynamics like cloud coverage, ocean processes, and changes in atmosphere. The shot on the right is a photo over Lake Erie in the US. NASA alone is working on all the ones you see here. They published this image to show the state of missions operated by the Earth team. It shows satellites in orbit now and out until 2023. But NASA and ESA aren't alone here. There's thousands of satellites like those flying over us right now. Some of them aren't even working, but a lot of them are collecting images and data about our planet. These satellites are also cool from a consumer point of view. NASA and other teams put up pictures on Instagram for our daily dose from above. At the top, you see the International Space Station, which isn't a satellite, but it shows the Earth at night. The bottom is from Daily Overview. It gives a look at Lake Natron in Tanzania, which is just mind-blowing. Then on the right, we have this gorgeous look from NASA Earth. It's a picture of Merguia Archipelago, which is on the border of Burma and Thailand. It's awesome to be able to see these kinds of inspiring pictures right in your Instagram feed. But switching back to maps for a second, this is just a look at downtown Alexandria. But behind that, it's OpenStreetMap. OSM is an open source project. It maintains a huge set of metadata that includes the attributes and properties that define specific geographic areas. It allows mappers all around the world to contribute, so with their tooling, anyone can identify points of interest or update features. So with our powers combined, this means another source of the data is you. But millions of people all over the world have mapped on OSM. There's meetups, communities, everything all over. Others just work alone as individuals. But thousands of people work on this every single day. You also see big companies who use or contribute back to OSM. Apple, for instance, uses it for regions where commercial data isn't necessarily available. Lyft contributes back with their work too. They're all adding points of interest and drawing streets. And it's more than just learning about what's in the US or Germany, but third world countries all over the world. This is incredibly helpful from a humanitarian aid perspective. Here we can see an identified refugee camp on the border of South Sudan and Ethiopia. A lot of times, people in these areas might not know where they can be safe, but OSM allows people to identify these features that help others survive. So where am I going with all this? Well, the point I'm trying to make here is that these maps are for more than just driving directions. Maps are literally giving people tools to save the world. There's tons of research going on in many different areas from climate change to agriculture. By taking collected data and applying it to a map, we're providing another visualization medium for scientists that can actually make a difference in people's lives. Some examples that you can find online are services like NASA's Worldview. Here we see Tropical Cyclone Idai, which was one of the worst cyclones on record to affect Africa and the Southern Hemisphere. It affected close to 2.2 million people in Eastern Africa. It's insane to see the scale of this storm. Another is NASA's Firm service. It allows you to see active fires all over the world. Here we can see a cutout of the Bear Fire wildfires, which are currently happening in California. We can see the number of active fires in each area. You can even see, if you look closely, the gray area you can see the smoke compared to the clouds from the fires. It's devastating, but tools like these help teams manage resources for determining how to help in these scenarios. And for something else that's pretty current, which is, while we're all online, we can take a look at this map from Johns Hopkins University. It shows the number of coronavirus cases around the world. Showing the visualizations on the map help people identify the larger areas of impact. Similarly, this map from NextStrain shows the evolution and spread of the virus. If you visit this page, you can actually play an animation that shows how the virus spread. These types of tools are incredibly helpful for anyone in the science community that's trying to study and understand more about the virus. But on a lighter note, people are also doing some fun things with maps. We're here at radio.com. They have this map that lets you select a country and a time period. So I can listen to music from Germany in the 50s or Brazilian music from the 30s. But there are a ton of well-known teams doing great work trying to help. These are just some of the ones from the United States. We have USGS helping to map out earthquakes. USDA is monitoring food access. And they're not just monitoring the US, they're monitoring all around the world. They're all working towards providing more information to the people who can actually make a difference, which is directly translating to lives saved. So how does all this actually work? It can definitely seem intimidating. There's a lot of information there, but getting started probably isn't as bad as you think. So let's break it down a little bit. Mapping applications look like a standard JAMstack app. So for those who are unfamiliar with JAMstack, JAMstack sites are JavaScript APIs and markup. It's pretty much a static HTML website, but utilizing JavaScript in the browser to make any requests to your APIs that would provide dynamic data. It's not necessarily a new idea, but the architecture's got a cool name now, which comes with a lot of cool references as well. Boom shakalaka. But the JAMstack concept is pretty much what you're working with out of the box with maps. First, you have the JavaScript that makes the map and the libraries that load the map run. Then layered on top of that are your APIs, which for maps look like underlying imagery and anything you put on top. That compiles down to your markup, which the output is your standard HTML. That ultimately gets served to the person using the app. So let's start at the top with JavaScript. We're going to take a look at Leaflet, though it's not the only one. It's the most popular mapping library available right now. Here we have a simple example of a map that we get from Leaflet's homepage. It's a pretty basic map. On top of that, we have a simple marker and a pop-up. But behind that, we're using OpenStreetMaps, as we saw before. That's providing our base map layer. So how do we get there? Believe it or not, this small snippet is really all it takes. So let's break this down. From the top, we create a map instance. That map instance takes an ID, which is the ID of the div that we're mapping on. Kind of similar to the concept you would imagine when you're working with React. But next, we set the view of the map using latitude and longitude. We also set zoom level that allows us to determine how far into the map we're zoomed in. Next, we describe the layer we want to add to the map. This part is called the tile layer. I'll go over tile layers in a little bit, but we set up a new tile layer instance using an endpoint URL. We also provide an attribution to give the service credit. So this will give the base of the map, but how do we get that marker? This last snippet creates a marker. We're using Leaflet's marker instance. We set the position of where we want that marker to be using latitude and longitude again. Then we bind a pop-up to the marker with some simple text, and we continue to open it up in its place. And after that little bit, we have our map. All right, so if you're anything like me, and I think you are since you're at this conference, you like to build your applications in React. Luckily, we have React Leaflet, which is a library that takes Leaflet and builds out native React components to help quickly build maps. Here we have the example that's shown on the React Leaflet homepage. If you notice, it's the same map that we saw before, but it's now built with React components. Breaking this down again, we have a map component that wraps everything. We set our lat and long using the center prop, and we set our zoom with the zoom prop. Inside our map component, we have a tile layer component. Then we add our endpoint and an attribution, same as before. Then we add a marker component. We set the coordinates with the position prop. Inside that, we set up a pop-up component, which we can then nest our simple text. And again, we have our basic map. There are some other flavors of Leaflet available if you find yourself in another framework. Angular and Vue both have libraries to help you get started. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't find a logo with an Angular and Leaflet mashup. But while React provides a good base to get started, the real magic is working directly with the Leaflet API. The way Leaflet works is by attaching itself to the browser window. This is probably less common than it used to be, but once we have our component mounted, we have access to all the Leaflet APIs where we can create some maps not of this world like this example here. But that kind of thing isn't without its ups and downs. And when trying to mix it with React, React has its own internal state that it's trying to manage. So once you start building complex solutions, this can start to get out of sync with the map if you're not careful. The solution that we've been trying to take is that we start with a React foundation, but we build on top of it with the Leaflet APIs. This allows us to easily construct our base map, but then perform some complex operations with the data we want to display. On top of all that, there are a ton of plugins that layer on top of Leaflet that make it easier to do hard things. In this screenshot, we see Leaflet anti-meridian. The challenging thing about maps is that the Earth is actually round. So when trying to represent this in a 2D format, your coordinates map to a single area. What ends up happening is like the top where the lines look like they're kind of going back and forth across the map. So to fix this, we can use a little bit of math and process the location data, or we can use this plugin to take out the hard work and know that we're getting it right. A more visual example is Leaflet Terminator. It lets you easily overlay day and night regions on the map. It's just a nice way to easily identify the time references. So getting to that point isn't too bad, but let's talk about the data that actually goes into building that map. When dealing with maps, I like to think of a poorly drawn layer cake. The base map is the actual cake. Then you have your overlays as your icing and some data sprinkled on top. Your base map typically looks something like OpenStreetMap or Modus Terra, as we saw before. Your overlays could be anything like a small sample of high-res imagery or heat maps to visualize data. On top of that, your data can literally be anything such as active fires or evacuation zones. Starting to dig in a little bit further with the base map, this is essentially the map imagery you have that covers the entire globe. This will be the foundation of your map. The map image layers are called tile layers, which are composed of a bunch of small tile images that make up one large image. If you can see at the top there, we have our tile endpoint. There are a few properties in there that get programmatically swapped out, like the date, the zoom, and the X and Y axis. The nice thing about this endpoint scheme is it's really common. So we can just as easily swap out an endpoint for OpenStreetMap, for instance. The reason this gets broken up into smaller images, though, is you don't want people having to pull down huge image files. The entirety of the map could be possibly over 1 gigabyte in size, where realistically, the person using your map may only use a fraction of that. Overlays are very similar to your base map, but a lot of times they don't have nearly as much imagery available, which is why they're called overlays. This could be if you have some high-resolution imagery for only a little part of the map, or if you want to show a different kind of image over your base map, such as a heat map. Here we have an image overlay that's the predicted 2020 population density on top of the OpenStreetMap. We're showing Northeast United States, where on the right you can see Philly, and you can also see DC and Baltimore on the left. This is just another example of some of the imagery that NASA provides us. And then we generally have data. Using shapes, we can visualize this data really any way we want. Here we're adding individual points on the map for each active fire. But you can also use lines, circles, and polygons. Here we see the fire boundary for those same exact wildfires on top of OSM. The points are helpful to see active fires, but seeing this boundary can be easier to comprehend the entire area of danger. The point, though, is there really aren't any requirements for visualizing the data, but there are standard data formats that interface with Leaflet. Though there are a few, I found that GeoJSON is the most common with my work so far. It's really just a JSON document with a particular schema. The site I'm showing here is geojson.io. It allows you to draw on the map and get the GeoJSON, but you can see here that we have a simple square. It creates a feature with a geometry type of polygon. Then we have 5 coordinates, which represent the line that's drawn to make up our 4 corners and open back to close. Now, some of the data is free, some of it's not. NASA provides a ton of public data and tile endpoints. It makes it easy to get started in a kind of plug and play way. I showed you a few of those already, like population heat map and our base map, but others such as Digital Glow provide open access to limited data. They have an open data program that gives access to imagery for disaster areas. This helps immensely for teams trying to put together solutions to help those fighting the disasters. But the rest of it would be a premium product that you would have to pay for. APIs can range from simple to extremely complicated. Most of the time, if you're building commercial solutions, you would probably want to roll out your own. This way you can protect your data and have more control over what you're working with. And there's tools to help you do that. Stack, for instance, is an open source spec that helps make geospatial data searchable. There's an API that's also open source that makes it easy to make those searches. But say you wanted to make that data private. Since this is client side, we can require authentication on each request. This also opens the door for data manipulation, where you might want to do on-the-fly processing based on user controls. You can end up with some really powerful solutions. All right, so once we have our data, we have our map and we have our data on top of it, we need to compile it down and serve it in the browser. This is actually the shortest step of the group. Compiling the app is pretty much the same as you would expect for really anything else built on top of a Webpack-based app. You can use your favorite tools like Create React App or Gatsby. Those tools compile down to a static site, which outputs HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Once you have that compiled version, you can serve it wherever you want. At that point, it's really just object storage. So whether you want to put it in a bucket on S3 or use Azure's new tool, you have a lot of options. So what can we build with this? Well, we've been working hard at Element 84, trying to work with first responders in disaster scenarios to come up with a really easy-to-use UI. The goal is that we can get to the point in the UI where we don't have to think to get the information we want from the map. This is a picture first responder Trevor Skaggs took as he was up against the Campfire wildfires in California in 2018. There are many natural disasters like this that unfortunately take place every year. It's happening as we speak. It's intense and it impacts people's lives. We want to try to help. We want to be able to put tools in people's hands that can actually make a difference. Those tools can help them fight current disasters and be more prepared for the next. We call this film drop TR. This is showing the east coast of Australia. I'm sure most of us are pretty familiar with the bushfire wildfires that devastated their east coast. We can plug and play really any data source and provide an easy way to visualize it. Here, we're showing the active fires on top of satellite imagery. The hope here is that whether someone wants to look at the active fires or the boundary, they don't have to go fumble around with advanced settings to get there. After talking with some of the people who are actually working in the field, we determined that we need to get this thing to a point where an operator can understand it in less than 15 minutes. As much as some of the other UIs available have really great granular control, there's just not enough time to try to explain that or simply try to figure it out. But with a simple toggle, we can get a completely different perspective of how a fire is impacting our area. This particular shot is, again, from the California Camp Fire wildfires of 2018. We can see the active fire points and boundary over satellite imagery, and we can see high-resolution imagery and the active fire over street maps. Another feature we added is the ability to add data points to the map. If someone wanted to report a missing person, they can easily add this data point to the map and sync it up to the cloud for others to see. The cool thing about this, though, is we can store this locally in the browser. So if the person is using it doesn't have network connectivity, they can sync it up later. We also want to provide the ability for people to collect in situ data and immediately make it available. Someone with a drone can map out their area and upload it to a computer and sync it with this app to make available as a new layer. That can provide some really powerful up-to-date imagery to better understand your surroundings. This imagery is actually from a coworker of mine who flew his drone up over Lake Lansing in Michigan. FilmDrop also gets a little bit more interesting on the data side. Not to go down a rabbit hole here, but we're building this thing to be able to upload the data directly to an AWS Snowball Edge, which is that great box that the laptop is sitting on. It's basically a cloud in the box, and this gives people out in the field another level of processing power and capabilities that they just simply didn't have before. So what makes this impactful? Well, the hope here is that we can get help to first responders to get the information they need to be more productive and efficient in the field. That could directly equate to more lives saved in many scenarios. So realistically, imagine someone in an area without cell service. They can fly a drone, upload that to the Snowball Edge, and process that to visualize on a map. This can help show things like what areas are impacted by a fire that are no longer safe to go to. That can immediately help save someone's life. And another thing we're working on is an app for one of our customers in the commercial satellite space. So I'm sure we can all agree that space is pretty cool. And the idea that these machines are floating around in space collecting data is just mind-blowing. But how do we collect that data and make it available in a format that's easy to consume? We're working closely with Capella Space. We're helping to provide scientists an easy way to look up and analyze the data that Capella has collected with their satellites. Here we're showing a search of Philly. We can see all the imagery that they have available at this time. Once you select one of the results from the search, you can get a closer look and actually overlay that image on the map. This also comes with a big bucket of metadata. We only get a glimpse of that here, but that's typically more useful for people who work closely with this type of data every day. If Capella doesn't already have that imagery that they want, we provide an interface that lets them actually task their satellites in real time. Once Capella receives this request, they'll utilize their open and close date to capture imagery over the requested area the next time their satellites pass over that area of interest. Once Capella's satellites successfully capture that image, we run it through a processing pipeline using AWS Cloud Services as part of our FilmDrop solution that we talked about a little bit earlier. Here we use S3 buckets for storage. We allow Capella to set up custom lambdas for running their science code on that data. The output is a metadata repository that we can put a search API on top. Once they find that data with a search or a new task, they can proceed to order it. The order provides pretty much The order provides access to pretty much all the assets. That's usually the high-resolution imagery and a dump of the metadata. So again, what makes this impactful? Well, we're providing a way for scientists to easily discover and analyze data from satellites. This gives them more tools and information to make better decisions that can impact people on this planet. And I know we're already a little bit past summer, but how about a road trip? Of course, we can have a little bit of fun with this too. I put together a simple demo that tracks a road trip on the East Coast of the United States. This is actually a road trip that my wife and I took in the summer of 2015. Ignore the straight line out to Vegas. We actually flew for that part of the trip, but it allows us to simply get a look at all the locations that we want to stop at throughout the states. The cool thing is, though, we can select one of these points and get an itinerary with a picture from when we were there. So how did I put this together? So the first thing I did was start collecting the locations I wanted to work with and put them in a structured data format. Once I had that, I spun up the base of the app using Gatsby Starter I created with Leaflet. I'll get to that in a little bit here, but for now, there's going to be a little bit of hand waving. With those locations, I needed to take the structured data and translate it into something our mapping library would understand. This particular format is GeoJSON, which I was able to create by mapping over the locations and making the shape groups. I actually needed to do this 2 times. Once in this example where I created the different latitude and longitude points, but also in a separate instance where I had to put 2 groups of the 2 points together to create a line. After we have our data in the desired formats, we can take those raw GeoJSON data sets and plug them into a new Leaflet GeoJSON instance and simply apply them to the map. You'll notice here that I'm getting the bounds of the GeoJSON, which is essentially the area that the GeoJSON data takes up on the map. Once I have those bounds, I tell the map view to set its current view to those bounds. So how about those little tooltips? In the last slide, we showed that one of our GeoJSON sets with a custom option point to layer, which I've highlighted here. What this does is allow us to pass in a function where we can modify the layer being created in Leaflet from our data. So what we're doing is for each layer that gets created or a point, we create a new marker. Within that marker, we bind a pop-up to it, similar to what we saw in our basic intro earlier. Within that, we create some custom HTML in string form that allows us to set the custom content for that pop-up. And with all that, we have our map with some custom tooltip pop-ups. Not too bad, right? But we could even extend this if we wanted to. We can sync this up by dynamically pulling from Instagram and show a gallery of images during our trip. We can use today's date and highlight where on the trip we're at for that day. Even add a timeline where maybe they can play back the road trip. But to get here, the starter takes out some of the need to bootstrap the app so that we can get productive right away by playing with the data. If you're curious or interested in getting your hands dirty, the source code for this is up on my GitHub, which I'll also post to Twitter later. It's not a hint to follow me or anything, but I'll also include it in my talk notes. And for the last time, what makes this impactful? For me, this was just fun to build. I love road trips. It's fun to take some normal event and make it a little bit more interactive to share with a map. Now, when I talk about we, I really mean all of us. I want to drive home the point that really any of us can do this. The tools we have available make this accessible for anyone to build with. So as I mentioned before, I started that demo app with a starter. To help keep people get productive quickly, I put together a Gatsby starter for Leaflet. We can very quickly spin up a mapping app with very little fuss and immediately become productive. Using the Gatsby CLI, you create a new project with a Git address. This grabs the project and installs the npm dependencies. Then you run yarn or npm develop, and this starts your local server. And then we have our simple mapping app. It's simple. I've been trying to add features little by little, but it's a good foundation to get started with a mapping app in React. And as a bonus, the summer road trip demo can actually be used as a Gatsby starter. Similar to the Leaflet one, you can instantly spin up a new road trip app with it. You would just use it with the Gatsby CLI similar to the other starter. I also wrote a tutorial that walks you through setting one up yourself. It goes step by step through the functionality with split out commits for reference. I'll also include that in my talk notes later. You can also deploy it right to Netlify if you have an account. That just makes it easy to spin up really fast. And just to note, this works for anywhere in the world, not just the United States, but just remember to update the photos. I also have a few other guides available today, like creating a travel bucket list or creating a stats dashboard for COVID-19 pandemic. I'll include those links in my talk notes as well. If you're interested in getting involved, there's a huge community out there waiting for you. You can find State of the Map conferences all around the world. They have a huge community of people working with maps. The interests there range from people actually collecting mapping data and people who are using the data. I was lucky to go to one in Michigan as an attendee. It's awesome to see how passionate people are about the technology. And the stories there will both break your heart and inspire you to do more. If you want to get involved from an actual mapping perspective, OpenStreetMap gives you tools to get started. This screenshot is an overhead look at Philadelphia City Hall. You can see on the left some of the metadata for the location. But we can go into edit mode and make changes. For instance, we can click into the street. We can see that it's one way and the surface type is asphalt. If we wanted to add the speed limit or if we noticed that something with this was wrong, we can add those details. They also have a nice little guided tour. It walks you through each of the tools to teach you how to make changes on the map. And they also have a vast wiki to help you get a good understanding of what's going on. You can be part of a huge community of mappers working every day to fix and keep it updated. I found this particular photo on the OpenStreetMap Facebook community, which I just thought was really awesome. So did I inspire you to learn a little bit more about maps? Well, if I did, I have a ton of resources for you to get started. I just recently launched a course on egghead.io that walks you through building a map from scratch in a React app. I also have a ton of free lessons available if you're not quite ready to dive into a course. I'll also include this all with my notes. And that's it. Thank you so much. Feel free to reach out to me with questions or chat more about mapping apps or really anything JAMstack. Thanks.
All right, Colby. What an amazing session it was. I mean, and let me ask you quickly, Colby. Yeah, I think this is the very first session I've seen that has so many of, screenshots, and I think you have so many examples. How long, I mean, how did you even collect all these resources and put it all together? How did you even do that? I mean, so many examples. That's really amazing.
Yeah, so it kind of started off where the talk was actually shorter, but like as I kept building it up, like I would just naturally find really cool examples that I would want to talk about. So, unfortunately we're in the pandemic, but it's a very compelling example of how maps can be used for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it definitely looks like people really love your content, and
I'm so
people
glad to
really
hear.
enjoyed it. And could be how long, as you said, with the passage of time you have been doing it, and you look very much focused in the field of maps, right? I mean, you did also mention about there's some same available in the Angular and Vue. Looks like you understand the entire ecosystem of this maps of React. How many people are really working into this field? I have not seen many people doing sessions on maps, but you do say there's a big community. But quickly ask me, how many people would really do with this React thing, a map thing?
That's a good question, and I don't know that I have the answer to that. It's kind of bizarre though, because like you have companies like Google and Apple who are building these very complex mapping solutions, and you just don't see them talking as much about it. I think sometimes like the State of the Map conference I mentioned, you definitely see them talking about it a little bit, but not much publicly. I'm not sure. It might just not be as like fancy or like visually like some of the other topics that people might talk, like different animation types. It's just not as glamorous, I guess.
Maybe let's put this way, right? It may be maybe a little tough thing, or maybe not uncommon thing, right? So that way people could go ahead and get start doing it. So, Kobe, what are the? I mean, if someone has to go and get started, right? I mean, you did share many of the resources, right? But if I'm a React, right? And what are the some of the challenges that you do face when working with these maps? And if you would like to share, so people getting started would get and help with that.
Yeah, so I think with React, the toughest thing that I kind of came across was dealing with the difference in how the different APIs work. So React is kind of its own internal mechanism, and it manages itself. But then Leaflet, on the other hand, is the same thing. It's not like some of the more common modular-based APIs that you see now. So trying to leverage those two together can get a little bit tricky. But we've been trying to work with good solutions. Like we use React as the foundation of the map, and then we kind of layer on the actual Leaflet API on top of that, and we seem to be having success managing it that way.
Yeah, so definitely, I mean, these are two things, right? And then eventually when you work with two different things at the same time, it might get a little challenging. It's kind of bit on the top of it. So yeah, I mean, that is something one would face problem. So Kobe, it's really amazed that you had, I mean, what I really loved about the session, it was very much rhythmic, right? It was very much rhythmic. If it is like a beat of the song, you just keep on hearing, hey, Kobe speaking. I really love that part. There was no way, there was a very good momentum how long have you been doing the speaking part?
Honestly, I've only been speaking since like December. But yeah.
Really?
And the funny thing is, it was before the entire pandemic came. So it was my very first and my only physical speaking engagement. So I'm looking forward to everything kind of getting past and be able to meet everybody in person.
Yeah, definitely, because this was an amazing session. I think
Thank
you should do very often. I mean, you really deserve to to have that Microsoft MVP. Do you know about MVP, Microsoft MVP program, Kobe?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't know. I'm not super familiar with it.
I mean, definitely, if you've not heard for it, let me tell you, this is the program that is exactly meant for you guys. These are the people who not only work from 9 to 5, but take their time, contribute to the community. They go and deliver sessions online, offline. They write articles. They help their peer members. And definitely, I mean, you need to put up your contribution for last 65 days. And I think you should be definitely applying somewhere in the month of October and November. And we would love to have you in this Microsoft ME program, because you are indeed a true community leader. And
That sounds
we really loved it. I mean, people loved it, right? I mean, it's very late in some parts of the globe, and people really loved your session, and that's great, Kobe. Any last words to the people who have joined us for so long? You would like to go ahead and tell them, then we'll just wrap it up.
I don't think I have anything particular. I'm seriously, like, my DMs are open on Twitter, so if you ever have questions, feel free to reach out. I feel like it's a very impactful thing, so I'm always happy to help people out and try to get started with mapping.
Thank you so much, Kobe. That was an amazing session from your end. Thank you so much for your time and for contributing to the community. It was an honor to have you, and I hosted you. And that's it. I think I'll allow you to go ahead and enjoy your rest of the weekend. And thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, and thank you everybody for joining us.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right, so that was an amazing, fantastic session by Kobe. He just rocked the stage, I believe. Right, so something very new to talk about. Not many people talk. So definitely, if you could watch the entire session, we're gonna put it on YouTube, and definitely you can go ahead and watch the session. And I'll put all Kobe's connections links in the chat window so that you can go and connect with him. All right, so that brings us towards the last session. That is Abhijeet Jadhav, who's gonna talk about Microsoft 365 fast track development in React. Pretty excited, sir. But hey, he's a news. The next speaker is still not here, so I need to fill that time up. Right. So I'll just go ahead and talk about a little bit. Okay, I got it. The next speaker. All right. Thank God. I mean, oh my goodness, Abhijeet, you came at the right time. My goodness. I thought, how are you doing, Abhijeet? Oh yeah, I cannot hear you, Abhijeet. Maybe you have to go ahead and fix your mic. Go to the settings and click on the audio, and there you need to click on your mic. Cam and mic, then audio, then mic. Go ahead and speak something. Yeah. No, not now. Still not audible.
No, audible now?
Yeah, you're perfectly audible now. Thank God. Abhijeet, you're here. I thought you're gonna ghost us.
No, I will not. I will definitely not.
I mean, it does happen, right? There might be power cut, or maybe some last minute changes. So thank you, Abhijeet. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. And looks like we have a very exciting content to cover, right? React with Microsoft 365. Not very often you get to hear that, right?
Yeah.
And this is pretty new. I mean, React with 365. So tell me, how have you been doing, and what exactly gave you thought of building this presentation?
Yeah, we have been developing this applications using React earlier, but now we have seen that there are a lot of developments happening in this area. Specifically, Microsoft has introduced a new toolkit for that. So I have struggled, or I needed much time to develop when I was developing a React application using or trying to pull the data from Microsoft 365. So that was the reason I thought, why not use this Microsoft Graph toolkit and try my hand at it? And I really liked it. So I thought this is really good, and people should know, if someone has not heard about it or want to know much about it, this will be the good topic to go ahead and explain it.
I definitely feel there are many out there who have not heard about it, and maybe if they've heard it, they've not seen any demos or content. So I think this is going to be really new, fresh content to many people out there, right? So I won't take much of your time. You are free to go ahead and take as much as time you can. You want to wrap it soon, you can do that. I'm here, sitting back. And
am I live already?
Yeah, we are already live.
Oh, that's so nice. Okay, I thought I'll just okay,
This
fine.
is the best part about live shows, right? The webinars are more like the webinars are like, yeah, we're very formal, but the live shows are okay, right? You can go ahead and
Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
so you can
that
go ahead and start sharing your screen and I'll pull it into the live stream.
sure. Let me know once you see my screen, and then we'll start.
Yeah, and while you do that, I remember editing your video light up. So so
No, yeah,
light up goodies are on the way. We are starting to ship from Monday, and you're gonna
mhm.
receive it very soon.
Sure, sure. Yeah. So I'm
And
sharing
one
my
for this
screen.
conference too. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I cannot
Let me
see.
know
Yep,
once.
I have it. Let me pull it to the live stream. There you
Mhm.
go. Let me change the background, and next 45 minutes is all yours, Abhijeet.
Yeah, thank you so much, Simon. So here we are going to talk about Microsoft 365 Fast Track development in React. Before that, before we begin the session, I would like to introduce myself. I'm a Microsoft certified Azure architect, blogger, speaker, and PMP certified professional with 15 plus years of experience. I love sharing my knowledge in the areas of Microsoft Azure, Office 365, development, modern digital development areas. Today, we are going to talk about the Microsoft 365 Fast Track development in React. And Microsoft 365 and SharePoint is one of my favorite area. So this is the agenda, what we are going to cover today. So today we are going to have, we'll give a background. I'll give you the background about why, how, and what is that we are going to talk. And then I'll give you the fast track development evolution of Microsoft 365. We'll get into the Microsoft Graph Toolkit components because this is the base at which where the fast track development can happen. And there are Microsoft Graph Toolkit components. I'll talk about the providers, and also I'll give you the cool demo, and we will have the playground as well. So before I start, just yeah, let me know. Yeah. So I'll start with the background. Okay. So for a given any given technology, these are the things which comes to mind when we are developing an application or whenever we are adopting a new technology. So what is the new technology? What it has brought to us? How are we going to implement? And why should we adopt that particular, or why should we go for the development using that technology? So these are the three criterias that we would first try to get into, and once we have the answers for this, then we choose our path and move forward. So taking that into consideration, I'll start with what. So consider you're developing a React application where you would like to pull the information um, from the Microsoft 365, or you would like to push any information to Microsoft 365, either it be a SharePoint, either it be an Outlook event, either you want to create a Teams channel, or you want to post messages to Teams channel, you would like to use the people picker functionality of Azure Active Directory, and so on and so forth. So for this, I will take an example of calendar. Okay, taking the events from your Outlook calendar, or creating the events from your Outlook calendar. Consider that as an example. For that, if you think of developing an application using React, what we would need to do, we would need to handle the authentication part. First and foremost, we would handle the authentication part. We would like to know if the user is authenticated. If user is not authenticated, we will check the properties here. So this is, I'm giving you an example of a single page application which I had built earlier. This is from the sample tutorial for Microsoft. So from there, I have built this application, and these were the steps which I had to take when I was trying to build an application. So in this, what I have done is, first, what I need to do is I need to check whether the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, we would like to authenticate that user first. Okay, so that we are going to use here in the navigation bar, checking whether the user is authenticated. Then once the user is authenticated, we would need to write a function where we would need to include the Microsoft Graph APIs, and then write a component to pull the details. At least in the login component, we see that we would need a display name, we would need mailbox, email address, or the sign out button. So all this information for the logged in user, how we can get that? We would need to call the API. Okay, a me API, and then get the display name, mailbox settings, and so on and so forth. So once we get that information, now what we want to do is we want to get all the events from the calendar. Okay, so to get that all the events, I would write one more component to get the data from the to get the data from the Microsoft 365, the logged in user. So I would get so the way I would write is I would initiate a call to the API with this, where I'm getting all my events, and I am going to arrange it using the subject organizer who has organized it, what is the start time, what is the end time, and I'll take all my events. Okay, so once I get my events, and this is like the response for that, and I will iterate it through pages. If the events are more than 50, then I will iterate through the events. Okay, so this is the third component which I'll write to get the calendar view. Now consider that to write the writing time for this. Okay, if not weeks, it will take days to complete the whole application, where you have the add, edit, update for the Microsoft for the events. Okay, so I need to pull the data, I need to create an event, I need to update the event, I need to delete the event, and also get all the information from the from Microsoft 365. Okay, so with the authentication functionality. So considering this, it would take a lot of time for us. Now, all these problems of these developers, where the same thing you would need to do, you would need to create, you need to define the scopes, you need to you need to call the endpoints, and you need to get the data, and also have that data created and structured in a presentable manner. So these were the things what we need to do. To help developers to develop these kind of functionality, Microsoft has introduced a Microsoft Graph Toolkit. So this Microsoft Graph Toolkit, what it does is it not only pulls the data, it helps you to not only get the Microsoft 365 data from your application, but it also for the logged in user or for the external users, it not only gets the data from the Office 365, but also it will help you to show it in a presentable manner. These are the so that's how it has evolved. I'll talk about the fast track development evolution, but that with the Microsoft Graph Toolkit, this is what you can do. So in short, if we can say, this was developed with the intention to help developers of all experience levels. If you want to develop a web application, Microsoft Teams tab, or if you want to develop a SharePoint web part that connects to Microsoft Graph, anything you can develop with this Microsoft Graph Toolkit with the components which are available. Okay, so in short, to define the Microsoft Graph Toolkit, I would say it is a collection of reusable and framework agnostic web components. This is important. This is framework agnostic. That means you can write it into an HTML, you can write it into a React framework, you can write it into Angular. You can write it in any modern framework, and it is platform framework agnostic, and that helps users to access and working with Microsoft Graph and get the data from the Office 365. And this not only that these components are available and you can get the data, but also these components are extensible, customizable with the templating, and you can apply your custom enterprise branding to these templates. Okay, so let's talk about the fast track development. So if we see the evolution of Microsoft 365 development, Microsoft Graph API was introduced. So Microsoft Graph API was introduced to provide a unified programmability model that can be used to access tremendous amount of data in Microsoft 365, Windows 10, enterprise mobility, security. So this was the one endpoint by using which you could access all the Microsoft 365 data. So this is kind of an endpoint which rules all. Okay. But now consider a scenario where you would like to use this Graph API in your application and you want to pull the data because you want to interact with the Microsoft 365 data. So for that, what would you need first? First, you would need to finalize what is your auth flow. Okay, are you going to do a code flow? Are you going to have an implicit flow? That is the first thing you would need to decide when you're using Microsoft Graph API. After that, then you would need to write a code to send the request to Microsoft Graph endpoint. In this, you will take care of the authentication, the issuing of the tokens, which we just saw, that the issuing of the tokens and packing up the authentication, sending of the request and getting the response back. Also, you would need to implement a sort of response coming back to the Microsoft Graph and packaging that object. So once you get the response back, you would also need to package those objects and also handle the errors. You would need to write the exception handling, and you would need to consider multiple scenarios, like connectivity, token expiry, caching, those things. So considering all these scenarios, what Microsoft did is they have had, to help the developers, what Microsoft did is they provided the Microsoft Graph SDK. So what this Microsoft Graph SDK does is it helps to simplify, build high quality, efficient, resilient applications accessing the Microsoft Graph. So you need not have to worry about the token expiry. You need not have to worry about the connectivity, and that low level coding which you're doing for sending the request and getting the response back, those are handled by the Microsoft Graph SDK. And then this Graph SDK will help you to, it provides you the libraries, that contain models, request builders, and also it has features for enhancing and working with all the Graph API services. Either you can call SharePoint, you can call Outlook, and all those. So those you can initiate the request using Graph SDKs, and you need not have to worry about accessing or the complete flow of it. That will be taken care by SDK. However, this Microsoft Graph SDKs, those are language specific. Java has its SDK, the Android has its SDK, the Node.js has its SDK, and so on and so forth. So these SDKs are designed to take care for the general, plumbing kind of task when you're making the calls to the Graph API, like making authentication request, handling the responses, report if anything goes wrong. So all this can be done with few lines of code. We have seen that in the code snippet as well. We have called the .api, and then we have initiated the request, and everything about sending the request, handling the response is taken care by the SDK. Okay. Now, I'm just talking about. So I'm talking about the fast track development. So we first talked about how we can get the data from Office 365. Graph API was introduced. So to make the multiple calls and all other request response, SDK was introduced. But SDK is only taking so these are moreover, these SDKs are going to give you the general plumbing task, right? So then Microsoft Graph Toolkit is introduced. So this is the newest thing which is added for the added in the development tool set. Okay, it is developed on top of Microsoft Graph API and Graph SDK. Okay, it not only uses these SDKs, these Microsoft Graph SDKs, to make the calls, but also inherits the beautiful UI and renders the components on the browser. So it will not only take care of the making calls part, the general plumbing task, but it will also help you to render it on your browser with a beautiful, Microsoft spec kind of UI with Office UI, Office Fabric UI, which is now we call it as Fluent UI, but that kind of UI you get with Microsoft Graph Toolkit. So it connects the Graph API and renders the data that looks and feels like Microsoft 365 experience. And you need not have to do any customization if you don't have to. Like whatever is available out of the box, it is beautiful, and you can get the data and it is rendered on the screen where you need not have to do where you need not have to write so many lines of code to have that control on the screen. So just to give you the snippet of it, what I'll do is I'll show you the part. Okay, so if you are seeing my screen, this is one line, the MGT login. This is a single line of code where when you write this single line of code, you will get the whole login component. The signing out of the user, the signing in of the user, authentication part, it is all taken care by this MGT login. Or if you want to display the agendas, this is the code what you can write. Okay, so as it is said that a lot of things are easier seen than said, right? So we will jump into our demo. I'll just initiate, I'll start creating the React app, as well as then I'll talk about the MGT components which are available. So let me know. Okay, so I've already created the demo folder. So I'll start from here. Okay, so what I'm going to in this demo, what I'm going to show is now the fast track development of Office 365, how easily you can do the development of getting the data from Microsoft 365, render it on your screen without writing tons of lines of codes. So first, what I'll do is I'll write the I'll just create the basic React app. And I'll use the template as TypeScript so that it will help us to. Okay. So I've executed this command. I'm creating the app called build demo. And this will create the React app application for us, the vanilla React application. So until the scaffolding happens, let's go ahead and I'll talk about the MGT components. So as I said that Microsoft Graph Toolkit, these are the reusable framework agnostic web components. So these are the all web components what are available. We have web component called login, which will give you the authentication, which will handle all the authentication part of it. We have person, agenda, tasks, people picker, person card, channel picker. So these are the different components which are available. So for example, tasks will give you either your planner task, or if you want your to-do tasks, we can get with a single line of code. We can have the whole people picker functionality with the people picker component. We can get the person card, like you can see the email address, the name of the person, the phone number, and also customize the additional properties in the person card. We can have the channel picker of the teams. Like if you have created a teams and you have multiple channels in the team, you can have, you can see that with the channel picker. Okay, and then if you see, I have highlighted mgt get into in red bold. The reason is it is very important and really useful component, because with mgt-get, these are the standalone components, where you can get person, people, agenda. These are fixed for, they have their own use. But with mgt-get, you can get you can make a call to any endpoint to Microsoft 365, get the data and display it as per the requirement. Like you can customize the data. Once you get back the data, you can use the templates and customize the data from that. You can customize once you get the data, the template, with the template, you can, as per your needs, you can modify the look and feel of it, and it can be rendered on the screen. So if you want data from Office, like if you want the data from SharePoint, you want the data from OneDrive, you can just use this MGT component and make a call and get the data back. Okay. Let's go back to our scaffolding and we'll see. Okay, it's still in progress. So we'll by the time we'll talk about I'll talk about the providers. So there are 4 types of providers. Okay, the MCell provider. Okay, so MCell provider uses the MCell JS in the background, and with MCell JS, so it is Microsoft authentication library .js. So that JS is used to make the calls and get the data. We also have a SharePoint provider, Teams provider, proxy provider, and we can also have so Teams provider is used. Let's go one by one. So MSL provider, you can use it in your single page applications or in your HTML and use the client ID and initiate the calls and get the data and render the data in your components. In SharePoint provider, you would not need the client ID because the user is already authenticated. You are in the context of SharePoint, and your components will be rendered in the context of will already have the user context. So then you would need then SharePoint provider is different than MCell provider, and you can use this provider to make calls to Graph API and get the data. If you're writing any Teams tab, or an extension in the Teams, you can use Teams provider, where you can make the call and you can create your own tab, or you can create your own app into Teams provider, into Teams using this provider. So proxy provider is used in the where you have your own set of authentication, and proxy provider will give you, get authenticated, and it will send you back the authentication tokens. So then in that case, the proxy provider is used, or you can write your own custom provider. Okay, so you can write your own custom provider. You can decide when the user logs in. If you want to put some logic behind, then custom provider is the best option to go with. Then you can, when the user is authenticated, you can also add your additional logic and then send back whether the user is authenticated, and all those additional business logics can be written for the custom provider. And say your legacy application, if it already has an authentication, you can in that scenarios also you can use the custom provider, because your system will authenticate and finally provide the tokens to this custom provider, and it can then pass on the authentication information. Okay, so let me see whether I have this scaffolding ready. Fine. me switch on to. Okay, I am into build demo now. So let me open this application from build demo. Okay. So we have this vanilla React application created. Now we will start writing the code using our Microsoft Graph toolkit. Okay. So first, what we need to do here is, so we have this app.tsx and we have this index.txs, right? So here, the first step will be to add the provider. Okay, so the provider will give us the to acquire the tokens. The authentication part of it is, as I was explaining, the providers will help you to sign in the users and get the authentication token. So we will do that part first. Okay, so the first step for that is we need to install the npm package. So there was one more package. Let me add that package first and then we'll start. So this Microsoft MQT, this is the package which will give us the, when using this, we can add this provider. So we'll go ahead and add the provider. Okay. Last time it took 7 seconds for me. I'm hoping it's done fast. Meanwhile, I'll just go ahead and I'll start writing the code. It will throw an error, but once it is resolved, I think we should be good. I'll add the providers, and then in this case, I'm going to use mcell provider. Go ahead and instantiate it. It's a global provider. So here, what we are going to do is we are going to have this. We would need to have the config entry for this. Okay, so let me go ahead and add the config entry. So the config entry is for client ID, and I have already created the Azure Active Directory application and assigned the permissions. So I will share the details of that. At the end of the references, I have the link for where you can see how you would like to, if you want to create, or if you're not aware of how to create the Azure Active Directory application, you can refer to that. So now I have defined my provider. So let me go back to the app.tsx. Okay, here I'll remove all the unwanted code. Let me import the first we'll go ahead and import the start with the login component. Okay, so we are going to get here, we'll get the login component first. So we'll go with this, and let's have so I'm assuming it is MGP. So we'll have the login component first. Okay, so we'll have this login component and this creating. And let me have this login. And then I'll fire up. Yes, I'm expecting a local host file here, and it's already opened. Okay. So I'll start from the beginning. So let me start it from here. Okay. It's taking time to load, and because this is the first time we have created the application and running, it will take time in the first loading, but I think after that it should be faster. So here we have our little sign in button. So what we have done so far, let's recap, okay, just for our understanding. What we have done here is we have created, we went here and we have added a provider, a global provider with the client ID, which has this information. And then we have provider and MSL provider added. So MSL provider, because we are using it in a single page application. And once that is done, we came here, and then we have in the application, we have just added one tag. Okay, that the only tag with what we have added here is this is MGT login. Okay, this is the simple tag what we have added. And also, if you see, there is few code added here. So what this code, the TypeScript will not understand the custom elements. You know, when we have created, it will not understand. So for that, so when you're creating an application, whenever you're creating a React application, React implements its own synthetic event system. You know, it cannot listen to the DOM events coming from custom elements. So without using the workaround. So this is our workaround. So if you see here, you will need to use a ref to reference the toolkit components and manually attach the event listeners. So if you want to attach the event listeners, you can add event listener, and then you can add this. So this is using this, you can add MGT login. Once you add it as any, then you can use the component. So once you add this, your login component is ready. And now I'll go ahead and sign in. Okay. So because I have not specified any client scope, I have not given the I have just given the client ID, and we have the complete authentication mechanism ready. Okay, so you're here, and now I'm able to log in. Okay. So not only this, like the functionality which I have shown in my first slide, where I have shown where I need to write 4 to 6 lines of code to get my display name, my email address, and the sign out functionality. So all this can be done using this single line of code, and that's what I call the fast track development. You write single line of code, you include the packages, the npm packages, and write single of line of code, and this is available to you. Okay, you can use sign out, you can use sign in functionality, and the user is signed out, and you can sign out the user, and you can sign in. So you have the sign in sign out functionality in a single line of code. Okay, we have 8 minutes, so I'll just go ahead and log in, and I'll show you that what all things can we do with this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So now the application which we had implemented, where we had the 4 components created just to get the event information, that the calendar events which I have, and I can add the calendar information, so that I can get with a single line of code, and I'll show you that. Okay. This is my agenda. Yes. And with one line of code, you see here that all these 4 events are popped up. Okay, so these are the 4 events which I have created in my Outlook. So these are the 4 events. Okay, for the next 3 days, what all events are available, all those events are displayed on your screen with just one line of code, which is this. Okay, you just write MGT agenda, and then it is displayed on your screen. Not only that, if this is so powerful with the attributes, you can also query the data and display it the way you want. Okay, so let me add this attribute to the MGT agenda, and you will see that the details, all the events are fetched, and not only that events are fetched, but the events are ordered using the start time and or date time, the start time of the event. So using date time, you can order the event using the sequence of when it is starting. So you can query the content of the event for all the events in your application, which is sending the parameters, the attributes from the stack. Okay, we also have let me take this off, and I'll show you the another component what we have, and that is MGT people. But let me show you the MGT people picker, because this is one of the control which I have used in my applications, and it was very difficult for me to do an LDAP query, get data from the Active Directory, and then map those users, and also get the email information of that user and render it on my screen. So it would take at least days to have this functionality implemented, to pull the users from my Active Directory and show it on the screen. Now I'm writing this line of code, and this is how it is implemented. Okay, I go to my screen. and the control is ready. Okay, I have applied some standard CSS which is available. I'll just show you that the standard CSS which is available, and I see all the users in my Active Directory in my organization for the dev tenant which I'm using. All the users are available from my organization, and I can search the users. I can search multiple users in this, and and this can be done only using one line of code, that is MGT people picker. Okay, now let's go ahead further and say you have a scenario where you would want that in your people picker that you want pre-selected users. Okay, the users which are there in your people picker, when the people picker is loaded, you want some users to be pre-selected. So I'm using the object IDs of these users here for the demo, and this default selected user IDs attribute will directly show you the users will be pre-selected. So if you see Adel and Chandler, these are the object IDs which I have used in my application. And once I save that, I am seeing that these are pre-selected. And this is pretty sleek. You everything is available. All the users are available. And this is the custom CSS for this is also available, where Microsoft provides the custom CSS, and you can use that. Customize your CSS rather. So this is the standard CSS which is provided. I have customized it, and I have changed the input border to 200 so that it comes in the center of the screen. But this is highly extensible. Now going back to my code, you can add. So there are different. Say you want people, like there are 5 the users which you would like to show on the screen. You can have that. Let me task. I think I would need to add the parameter here. And here as well. You can do a star and get everything, all the components, but you can pick and choose as well. You have an option of picking and choosing the components which you would like to show, and display those components. I'll take the people picker off, and it will give me the tasks. Okay, so the tasks which are assigned to me, all these tasks are visible. This is not I was talking about not only viewing the data, but also creating the data. I'll use project estimation. I can choose the bucket in which I want to put. I can also have the due date for that, and I can also assign it to different users. Yeah, so I can assign the task, and if I save this task, it will be saved, and you can have that created. So this is saved. Okay, I think I have clicked wrong. Yes, I'm only showing assigned to me, so I need to show it. I need to see all tasks, and because the one which I created just now, project estimation, it was assigned to Chandler, and the second task which has created. And once the tasks are created, you can also manipulate the data from here and mark the task as complete. And once you mark the task complete, that all the tasks are completed as well. You can select the to-do task, and the task assigned to me. You can have that. And all this is possible with the single line of code. Okay, going back to my slide. So I said that to have the providers, you can have client ID here added, and you can use it for the providers as well. I showed you the demo. Now just to because there are a lot of properties, there are a lot of functions, and there are so many things which you can play around. There is an app there is a playground created by Microsoft where you can go in and understand what is the similar to Microsoft Graph Explorer. This is the playground where you can understand what all components are available, which components you can use, and this is pretty sleek. Yeah, it is. I really love this when I'm developing using Microsoft Graph Toolkit. I go here, I see the component which I'd like to build. I can also see the documents, around it, that what all properties are available. All this is rendered like this. The properties for which are available. You can see the names of the attributes, the different we used person query, and show name, show email, whatever we would like to show, that is available here. And this is really a good playground area. I would suggest you to go ahead and try your hand on this. Okay. Just and my last slide. Now, to conclude, the advantages of Graph Toolkit and the fast track development. See, you can use Office 365 for fast track development using Graph Toolkit because there are multiple advantages of using Graph Toolkit. First thing, it is cross-browser compatibility. So you can use it, all browsers, all modern browsers can use this. It will definitely cut your development time. We have seen the first page where we had, I'll just show you that. We have seen this tons of code what we have written to get just a calendar view and log in the users, and then we have seen just one line of code where we are using and showing it, and we are seeing that it is definitely cutting the development time. It provides a familiar programming model. It is just DOM, CSS, HTML. You can pass on the attributes. You can apply the CSS. It is highly extensible. So it is familiar. It provides you a familiar programming model. So it doesn't require library. It works with all modern frameworks. You want to develop in Angular, you want to develop in React, Vue, whatever framework you choose, you have that, and you can use these libraries to work with it. And this is tightly integrated with the browser dev tools. If you go in your developer tools and see what data is being sent and what data is received, you can also go in your dev tools and get the data and see the data what is being sent. So I would highly recommend you to try your hand. I will upload this code in the GitHub and share it with you. I also have few of the resources. So if you'd like to use the dev playground, I already showed you the MGT dev. There is a blog series available. The documentation for this, for all the components and providers are available. The code which I was running now, I'll upload in the GitHub and share it with you. And this was my demo, and this was the details which I would like to share, and my learning and share. If you have any queries, questions, please go ahead and ask.
Well, that was an amazing session, Abhijeet, to conclude, and I think there was a lot of detailing, right, and a lot of serious stuff going on. And
your
it looks
voice
like,
is feeble, Simon.
sorry.
Your voice is very low.
Okay, is my voice very low? Okay, let me go ahead and.
Yeah, now it's better.
Much better, right? So I think I need to pull up my mic, right? So I think there's a lot of detailing in the session, right? And it was an amazing session, a pretty new content to say. So how long have you been working on this React and M365?
I have almost like 3 years. I have been working on this Microsoft 365 area. Microsoft Graph Toolkit was introduced in Ignite 2019, and then there has been in Microsoft Build, they have really done a lot of work, and they also showed a session. So, and they are expecting like a lot of new versions and new functionality coming through in Microsoft Graph Toolkit.
Yeah, it looks like Microsoft Graph Toolkit is really growing a lot these days, and I see many of these cloud developer advocates coming from this Microsoft background, doing a lot of sessions in the community. So pretty exciting and pretty new stuff to learn from this session of Jita. You are a frequent speaker at this CSharpCorner events, and we always love to have you back with this amazing content. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's almost getting like Friday evening now, right? What time is it at your place?
I am in East Coast, so it is almost 3:20 now. So it's not late. I mean, it's just Friday.
It's
weekend
okay.
is
Yeah, right. So we have not disturbed much of your weekend, so it's fine.
Yeah. for sure.
All right, so Abhijeet, thank you so much for your time. We'll catch you back in another live show, and have a great weekend ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Stephens. Thank you for having me, and it's a great platform to share the knowledge. And I appreciate everyone who is involved, especially you, coordinating the sessions. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhijeet. That's very nice
Yeah,
of you.
thank
Bye.
you. Yeah,
Take care.
thanks.
All right, so that's how we conclude our React Virtual Conference. What an amazing session we had from last 6 hours, starting from Amber. Then we moved to Joe Karlsson, Vipul, Devlin, Nano, Colby, and towards the end, Abhijeet. Thank you, everyone, also who have been watching us from last 6 hours, and everyone who has joined throughout the conference. We now conclude our this conference that went for 6 hours, and we will catch you in the next virtual conference that is happening on October 15th and 16th, the 2 days virtual conference, which is focused entirely on Microsoft.NET. And it's going to be really exciting as we have Microsoft regional directors, Microsoft MEPs, and some of our cloud advocates joining us in the next virtual conference. I have given the link in the comments. You can go ahead and check it out and register there. It's entirely free of cost. Until then, take very good care of yourself. My name is Steven Simon, your host, and I'll catch you in the not next conference, but I'm gonna catch you in the next another CSharpCorner live show. Good night, good afternoon, good evening, and take good care of yourself. See ya. Bye bye.